Chapter 214. Your Majesty, I deserve to die. Everyone was terrified. They hurriedly kowtowed again and said they didn't dare. Li Shimin waved his hand. In fact, I can see it whether you admit it or not. But since you all want the good of the Tang dynasty, I'll treat you as a fool in your heart. But don't really treat me as a fool. You all know the consequences. Li Shimin waved his sleeve and returned to the dragon throne. He took a sip of tea and said lightly, Fang Xianling. Fang Xianling, who was in the crowd, got up and bowed. Yes, Your Majesty. Once Ho Ken is gone, you'll temporarily take over the position of Minister of Works and immediately thoroughly check all the accounts of the Ministry of Works. I'll give you half a month. If you can't clean up the Ministry of Works in half a month, I'll punish you severely. Yes, Your Majesty. The resignation was over. Some people had a hunch about this result, but some people felt uncomfortable at this time. For example, the other officials of the Ministry of Works thought they had the possibility of promotion after the emperor ordered to kidnap Ho Ken. But Fang Xianling came out of nowhere. How could they not be angry? But they only dared to be angry in their hearts. They really didn't dare to say it out loud. After settling this matter, Li Shimin continued, Today, I know you're all here for the affairs of Chang and Luozhou and Liangzhou. I understand. But as I said, this is my decree, and it is also my test. Your Majesty. I wonder what Your Majesty wants to test with the chaos in Chang'an City at this time? Your Majesty, now Chang'an City is in complete chaos. No one wants to make a living. If this goes on, it will be chaotic. Li Shimin waved his hand. Wei Zheng, you say it. Li Shimin's mouth was dry from talking. Ho Kan's matter made him furious. If he didn't investigate it, he wouldn't know. But after a little investigation, such a big mess happened. Moreover, the money borrowed from the treasury was basically borrowed from Ho Kan's family or collateral relatives. What was this? This was stuffing his own pockets. Taking control of the Ministry of Works was the most important part of this plan. If the Ministry of Works did not interfere, then this plan would be perfect. He did not expect Ho Kan to be such a good stepping stone. When I needed you, you appeared on your own. Very good. Very good. Just as Li Shimin was planning how to deal with this matter perfectly, Wei Zheng had already told him the whole story in detail. Apart from everything about Jianghu and the layout of the surrounding countries, he only talked about all the benefits of this cooperation. At this moment, gasps could be heard from time to time in the court. His Majesty spent a lot of effort on this matter. One midnight, he was enlightened by the heavens and came up with a set of methods to fully recover the economy of the Tang dynasty. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. If you don't have any questions, Minister Wei. Prime Minister Wei, this old subject has something to ask. Me too. Prime Minister Wei, isn't this banknote a little too simple? If a calligraphy master copied it down, wouldn't it mean that the Tang dynasty would be irreparably shaken? Once this is implemented, wouldn't it mean that all the currencies circulating in the market need to be replaced and reformed? That won't happen. Wei Zheng shook his head. This matter has no conflict with the existing currencies at all. On the contrary, the banknote that replaces the currency is even more unduplicable and fair. When the time comes, the coinage department of the Ministry of Works will use the latest printing technology. Even if others want to imitate it, they won't be able to. About this matter, in 5 days, Old Man will bring the sample for all of you to have a look. Wei Zheng and Li Shimin really did not think of this matter. But now that someone had asked, Li Shimin could only pretend that he knew everything. Wei Zheng nodded to himself. Wei Zheng could only do as he was told. He knew that this matter would definitely require Zhang Feng to write it down. At this time, another official asked, Prime Minister Wei, this matter is of great importance. Should we stop all the turmoil and wait until after the Emperor Emeritus' birthday celebration? No, this matter doesn't need to wait until after the Emperor Emeritus' birthday celebration. This matter is already in progress. Are you talking about the loan from Chang and a few days ago? Then, do you mean that the loan will continue? Yes. Wei Zheng nodded. He said to the person who had just spoken, that was just an experiment by the Emperor. First, he wanted to see if there were any loopholes in the vaults of these important economic areas. Second, he wanted to let this matter brew for a while. The money still needs to be lent out. Not only that, from tomorrow onwards, the imperial plantation will officially accept deposits. What? Deposits? At this time, everyone was finally shocked. It turned out that this was the biggest plan. This was equivalent to the emperor spending tens of millions of taels of silver to put all the merchants' money into his own hands. Although the low interest rate was low, it was still the emperor's imperial plantation. If one held the banknotes of the imperial plantation, what would it mean? It would mean face. Moreover, the imperial plantation belonged to the emperor. It was safer and more reliable than any other bank. Even if one was traveling from Chang and to the northernmost border of Hebei province, as long as one held the banknotes of the Tang dynasty's imperial plantation, one could exchange the corresponding amount of money at the government office or the bank opened by the government. It was much safer than dragging a large amount of money out in a carriage. Moreover, there was interest. As long as one was not a fool, one would choose to do so. The emperor's move was really ruthless. Seeing that no one objected, Li Shimin and Wei Zheng looked at each other, then stood up majestically and asked, "Is there anyone else who objects?" Chapter 2:15. At this time, everyone was immersed in their own money. Who would be crazy enough to oppose the emperor's words? This was a good thing. As long as the money was deposited in the imperial plantation, not only would it be fireproof and burglarizing, but it would also earn interest. For people like them who had countless assets, who would dare to oppose it? There would definitely be people who would dare to tear them apart in the court. And it was obvious that the emperor had been planning this for a long time. Who would oppose it at this time? Fool. Wait for the same fate as Ho Kan. Thinking of this. In the hall, there was a burst of chaotic discussion. For the first time, Li Shimin felt the heroic feeling of strategizing. Last night's talk. Suddenly, Li Shimin thought of a way to make quick money. That was to start from the court. Which of the hundreds of officials present didn't have hundreds of mu of land? In Chang'an City, who didn't have a few properties? However, as the saying goes, the higher you stand, the less courage you have. At this time, there was a way for them to deposit their money in the imperial plantation without worrying about the danger of fire or theft. Who would dare to oppose it? Thinking of this, and looking at the people in the hall who were getting more and more excited, Li Shimin said again, "And for this first experiment, I plan to not care about the identity of the depositor. Even if he is a slave, even if he saves a penny, I will personally give him a token. The person who has this token can enjoy the highest standard of treatment. And if he borrows money from a loan, I will waive the interest for a year." Not care about identity? There was such a token? Everyone was shocked. Hurriedly, someone asked excitedly with a red face and neck, "Your Majesty, how many tokens are there in total? If there are too many, won't it cause chaos in the world? The taxes of the Tang dynasty won't." Li Shimin waved his hand lightly. "My dear minister, you can rest assured that I have prepared 100 tokens. And each token has my engraved seal. Even if he is a merchant, with this token, he will be exempted from the right to kneel in front of officials. And he will also enjoy the right to half the tax exemption on all the properties under his name." Buzz. All the officials' heads exploded. There is such a benefit. 100 tokens. My God. Your Majesty. This old subject has something to report. At this moment, the red-robed official stood up excitedly and shouted. Instantly, everyone couldn't help but look at that person. It was the chief of the Dragoner Temple. Li Shimin waved his hand. Summon him. The Minister of Agriculture asked, I'm not talented, but if the people in the imperial court want to save money, do they have this token? Oh. Li Shimin smiled. Lu Xingwang, I remember that you don't have much money left in your salary, right? However, the Sanongxi Temple seems to be a little rich. I won't ask. As long as you save, even if it's just 1 tael of silver, I will give you a token. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Xingwang was so excited that the booklets on his face squeezed his eyes into slits. He hurriedly kowtowed. However, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, but when you save money, the Ministry of Works will check the accounts of all your properties. This is an explanation to me. I know that all of you have properties. After all, you are the pillars of the Tang dynasty. These 100 tokens are a kind of protection for my people. As for your properties, I also have to protect them. If word gets out that I can't even protect the properties of my own officials, won't I become a joke in the world? This. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Xingwang hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he thanked him excitedly. When everyone saw that Lu Xingwang got a token so easily, they were all envious. One after another, they knelt and begged. What was this? As long as they had this token, it meant that the emperor had acknowledged that all their money would be theirs. This was really money falling from the sky. Previously, all the officials were trembling in fear, afraid that the emperor would be dissatisfied if they earned too much. But now, the emperor had personally said such a thing. Didn't that mean that as long as their money came from a clean source, then? However, among these people, Wei Zheng, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and even Cheng Yaojin laughed. Idiots, they were all a bunch of idiots. It seemed that this plan didn't need them to act anymore. This Lu Xingwang was really good timing. Which one of the officials present didn't have more than 10,000 taels of silver? If these 100 officials all deposited money in the imperial plantation at the same time, the publicity effect would be incomparable. 100 tokens? That was prepared for these people in the first place. As for the real purpose, haha. In this way, not only would the crisis in Chang'an and the state governments be solved in an instant, but such a butterfly effect would be fully carried out by the officials at all levels. Under the effect, how many businessmen would deposit money in the imperial plantation at this time? Then, the emperor would take out their money and lend it out. This cycle would never stop, just like the water wheel in the imperial garden. In the end, the Tang dynasty only paid an overall investment of less than 50 million taels of silver. With this scoop of water, the economic lifeline of the entire Tang dynasty was in the hands of the emperor. It could be seen that Zhang Feng and his brother were terrifying. Li Shimin, Wei Zheng, and the others looked at each other and stood up again. He asked loudly, I'll ask one last time. Who agrees? Who opposes? At this time, who would object? Everyone seemed to have gone crazy. They all showed compliments that they had never shown before, knelt on the ground, and shouted, We congratulate the Tang dynasty on its longevity. Congratulations to Your Majesty, the country will be strong forever. Chapter 216. The Court Meeting. It had always been a place full of crises. It was cruel. It was also cruel. For example, just now. Ho Kan, the Minister of Works, had fallen from power. But his old friends or those who had a good relationship with him had forgotten about Ho Kan after hearing about the huge benefits mentioned by the emperor. At this time, everyone was afraid that their entanglements with him would be implicated, so they were all desperately expressing their stance. The closer they were to Ho Kan, the more they swore at this time. It seemed that Ho Kan, who used to be their brother, had become a pile of stinky dog shit at this time. In terms of benefits and official career, they were determined to take a step forward in their official career. And this was also what Li Shimin wanted most. Although he didn't mind killing a few more people, there would always be endless killing waiting for everyone. Therefore, Li Shimin was not far from raising the butcher's knife high for the time being, because it was not time yet. After all, now he had to make a series of preparations for Zhang Feng's coming to the court meeting. The court meeting was over. They were no longer in a daze like they used to be. Every official seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Along the way, they were calculating how much interest they could earn from their assets in a year. They were also calculating what kind of magical use the small tiles that the emperor had mentioned would have in the future. Almost. After the court meeting was over, teams of imperial guards hurriedly posted the notice of the emperor everywhere in Jianghu city. As a result, this matter shook Jianghu city in the shortest time possible. Everyone no longer cared about the price of food and vegetables, and how much money they could earn today. Everyone, whether literate or illiterate, gathered in front of the notice at this time. Those who could read acted as translators at this time, tirelessly telling the people about the so-called cooperative on the notice. At this time, almost all the streets in Jianghu city were empty. The owners of the taverns and restaurants ran away. The hungry diners who were left alone waiting for dinner, or the diners who were about to finish their meal and were about to pay. The diners also ran away. They even forgot to pay the bill. Why? Because this time, the emperor personally issued the imperial edict to announce it to the world. Have you heard? His Majesty announced today that he is going to introduce something called a cooperative, and there will be free vouchers being sent out today. What? I heard that the vouchers can be used as a substitute. They can be as small as 1 copper coin or as large as several hundred taels of silver. Hiss. Isn't this stuff money? His Majesty really doesn't want a single copper coin and is giving us this? It's true. Go and have a look. Basically, the news has spread like wildfire in Jianghu city. And now, all the bulletin boards in the city are crowded with people. Even the imperial plantation was blocked. Your information is outdated. Just a moment ago, I saw a group of golden-armored chamberlains standing guard at the imperial plantation. They were from the Secretariat, the Ministry of Secretariat, the Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of Works. It seems like they're about to start distributing some sort of coupons. What? Heavens! Looks like it's true. Let's go. Let's go and have a look too. In an instant, the news spread throughout Jianghu city. Everyone wanted to see what this new and rare thing was. Why would the emperor give them money for free? 2 hours later, it was noon. The rare bell of the Life Transformation Temple rang 9 times. 1 ring meant the new year, 3 rings meant a prayer to heaven. As for the 9 rings of the Life Transformation Temple, that was something that had never happened before. This showed how much importance the emperor attached to this matter. When the bell rang, the officials of the Secretariat first read the imperial edict in front of the imperial plantation. The imperial edict has arrived. Everyone kneel. Whoosh. When everyone heard that, they hurriedly knelt on the ground. The officials of the Secretariat solemnly opened the imperial edict and read it aloud. The emperor's edict states that recently, I feel deeply saddened by the hardships of the people in Jianghu city. I have opened the treasury to show compassion for the people and provide relief to the world. I hope that the people in the world can have clothes to wear and food to eat. The officials of the Secretariat had amazing control over their voices. When it was time to suppress their voices were as low as muffled thunder. When it was time to raise their voices, everyone felt as if they were listening to a dragon's roar from the 9th heaven. Everyone couldn't help but shed tears at the sight of this imperial edict. The imperial edict was read out. Everyone cheered in unison. Long live the emperor! The emperor is wise. The officials of the Secretariat waited for the crowd to stop shouting before the officials of the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Works read out the edict. Then, the official of the Ministry of Works waved his hand and said, "The emperor empathizes with the people." Those who have saved money will receive a token from the emperor to ensure the safety of your wealth. What? Everyone exploded. Was there such a good thing? The ministers who were rushing over after hearing the news all spat out a mouthful of blood when they heard this. Fang Xianling, you tricked me. This was something that the emperor had given to them. How could they give it to the people? Immediately, someone hurriedly shouted, Zhu Yan of the Taichung Temple has saved 5,732 taels of silver. Taichung of the Ministry of Justice has saved 3,910 taels of silver. Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Appointments. Chapter 217. On the city walls of Chang'an City, Li Shimin, Wei Zheng, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui, who were in disguise, looked at the entrance of the imperial plantation and smiled. After such a long period of intense planning, they finally saw results at this moment. They had completely improved Zhang Feng's plan last night. Li Shimin and Wei Zheng had thoroughly analyzed the situation of the officials in the imperial court and combined it with Zhang Sun Wuji's investigation of Ho Kan to come up with this plan. However, the effect was very obvious. Even Li Shimin was shocked. So this is my subject. If it weren't for Brother Zhang Feng's plan, I wouldn't have known that my officials are so rich. In just half an hour, these officials have saved almost a few 100 million yuan. Ha! Li Shimin smiled bitterly, but he also smiled like a wise man. When everyone heard this, they stood up and congratulated, Congratulations, Your Majesty. What's there to congratulate? Why don't you want to save some money? This. Your Majesty, you know our family background. We don't have the money to save. Wei Zheng blushed and said. Ha ha ha. Li Shimin also laughed when he heard this. When this is over, I will remember to give you the money. After all, this idea was thought of by our brother, Zhang Feng. Thank you, Your Majesty. When the four of them heard this, they hurriedly thanked him. Li Shimin waved his hand and said, We're out of the palace. Don't do this again. Be more natural. Only then did everyone return to normal. They looked at the situation below the city walls and thought. The emperor had said that after this matter was over, there would be a reward. Did that mean that they could forget about their previous mistakes? Moreover, they had been involved in this matter from the beginning to the end. They definitely knew how much wealth would be accumulated after this matter was over. When that time came, money would just be a number to them. How are you going to spend tens of millions? I'm just asking what you're going to buy. Thinking about the future, a smile appeared on everyone's face. Lao Li, are you guys here to watch the show too? At this moment, a familiar voice caused Li Shimin to be slightly stunned. But in the next moment, his expression changed as he turned around and laughed. Ha ha ha, how could I forget you? Brother Zhang Feng, are you here to join in the fun? The person who came was Zhang Feng, who had come to join in the fun. How could Zhang Feng not know about such a sensational event in Chang'an City? When he first heard this, Zhang Feng thought there was something wrong with his ears. Then, he grabbed the old scholar who was running back and forth. Only then did he realize that the emperor had investigated the Minister of Works in such a short amount of time. He also didn't know what kind of ability the emperor had used to get so many officials to agree to this matter. Now it seems. This emperor was really not an ordinary person. This was to trap all the officials in a tight spot. The key point was that this group of people still didn't know and foolishly thought that this was the emperor's favor. They didn't know that if they made a mistake, then the money in the emperor's pocket would still belong to them. It seemed that these officials were attracted by the interest and the token, but they didn't know that they had already fallen into the trap. Brilliant. That's F*King amazing. Zhang Feng looked at Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, who were somewhat unfamiliar, and asked doubtfully, these two old gentlemen are, oh. Look at me, I'm confused. Come, brother Zhang Feng, let me introduce you. Wei Zheng took the initiative to volunteer. He pulled Zhang Feng and pointed at Fang Xianling, who was squinting and observing him, and said, "This old guy is Lao Li's butler. You can call him the accountant. That one's surname is Du, you can call him Old Du." Hearing this, Zhang Feng clasped his fist. I've heard Lao Li talk about his butler before. It's really better to meet him in person than to hear about him. This temperament, one look and I can tell that he's a scholar. Zhang Feng's name resounded like thunder in Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui's ears. At this time, seeing the real person and being flattered so politely by Zhang Feng, Fang Xianling was very happy. He hurriedly bowed like a Confucian scholar and said, "I've often heard about Brother Zhang Feng's matters from the old master. Your deeds are really unprecedented. Ha ha ha. Old gentleman, you flatter me." After saying this, Zhang Feng grabbed Du Ruhui's hand and said excitedly, "This must be the old Du that Lao Li and Old Sun often talk about, right?" Actually, when had he ever heard them talk about him? They were just being polite. But this was the first time they met. And he was someone who was together with Lao Li. For Zhang Feng, who had always been friendly, this was not a problem at all. After looking at the city wall with Wei Zheng and the others for a while and seeing the patrolling city guards coming over, they hurriedly slipped down the city wall and came to Zhang Feng's little pub. Zhang Feng familiarly entered the kitchen and started cooking. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui looked at the calligraphy on the wall and were shocked. Although the words were not beautiful, it was still okay. But the artistic conception in the poem, that was, at this time, Zhang Feng came over with wine and dishes. The two of them did not ask much. Zhang Feng poured wine and then clinked glasses with everyone. He looked at Du Ruhui and said, "Old Du. Why do I feel that you look so familiar? You seem to be someone." Chapter 218. Zhang Feng's words instantly made Li Shimin and the others tense up. Li Shimin seriously suspected that Zhang Feng had found out about them when they knelt down just now. If that was the case, it would be difficult to handle. Li Shimin was hesitating whether to tell Zhang Feng his real identity. Once Zhang Feng knew about it, he might be tactful and lose his only friend. After communicating with Wei Zheng and the others through their eyes, and after Wei Zheng and Fang Xianling confirmed it, Li Shimin was as nervous as if he was facing an imperial court for the first time. He was even more nervous than before. Brother Zhang Feng, in fact, Old Du's real identity is, Du Kong? Is it? Ha ha ha. Old Du's name is Du Kong. Ha ha ha. Am I right? What Li Shimin was about to say was made extremely uncomfortable by Zhang Feng's joke. Du Ruhui's face suddenly froze. He was the most nervous one. If Zhang Feng guessed everyone's identity from him, then, although the emperor would not say anything, he would have to bear the guilt of losing his only friend for the rest of his life. But what was unexpected was that Zhang Feng, this fellow, actually managed to make everyone tense up. The moment he spoke, Du Ruhui had the urge to beat him up. Damn it! What the hell is Du Kong? Was this guy talking about his wine jar in another way? After a short period of shock, Li Shimin and the others came to their senses. On one hand, it was because Zhang Feng did not recognize them, and on the other hand, Du Ruhui had a new nickname. Ha ha ha. Old Du, this time, your nickname has become famous. Du Kong. Brother Zhang Feng, I, Old Feng, am really awesome. You are like this. This is the first time I've seen Old Du with such a wonderful expression. Fang Xianling held his stomach and gave Zhang Feng a thumbs up. Even Wei Zheng picked up his wine and said seriously to Du Ruhui, "Come on, Du Kong, let's drink." Ha ha ha. Cheers. Du Ruhui's eyes were red. But he also knew that Zhang Feng was joking. He gritted his teeth, stared fiercely at these guys, and suddenly drank a big mouthful of wine. But after drinking a bowl of wine, Du Ruhui was dumbfounded. He had drunk Zhang Feng's wine before, but when he looked at the remaining green liquid at the bottom of the bowl and felt that there was still a trace of bamboo fragrance in the dry and cracked wine in his mouth, he couldn't help but be shocked. "Brother Zhang, this wine, old Du. Didn't I say you looked like someone? What do you think? Look, doesn't he look like old Shen who drinks like his life?" While talking, Zhang Feng put his hand on Du Ruhui's neck and said, "Old Du, I was just joking today, but I didn't expect you guys to really take a joke. Fine. I'll compensate you with a bowl of wine. How about it? Good. Ha ha ha, my brother is so bright. Come, I'll drink with you. Ha ha ha, this is our Lao Li's brother. Come on, old Wei, hey. Don't just eat, drink. Old Fong, come on, let's drink. Let's drink." Everyone played around for a while. The quarrel made the few half-grown old men put aside poetry, books, etiquette, and the purpose of putting rules first. Because they all knew that in terms of rules and knowledge, the few of them here did not know more than Zhang Feng alone. Thus, he decided to play around with it openly. It was to put an end to the tension during this period of time. Du Ruhui fished out a 1-meter-long pig intestine from the basin and chewed while holding a bowl of wine. While Zhang Feng and Li Shimin were playing finger-guessing games, he began to eat fiercely. At first, he was a little disdainful of this basin of pig intestine, but when he saw that Wei Zheng had been eating since he came in, and his stomach was full of the wine he had forced down today, he did not care anymore. He used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of pig liver and ate it. However, after the first bite, Du Ruhui went crazy. He did not even use his chopsticks and picked up the meat with his hands to eat. He knew that it would be difficult to eat such delicacies outside of this place. Moreover, after eating the delicacies brought back by Li Shimin, how could ordinary food satisfy his stomach? Du Ruhui couldn't help but wonder if he should ask for a secret recipe when he left. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good to keep thinking about it all day long. Presumably, Brother Zhang Feng would not care about it, right? Yo! There's a foodie here? Li Shimin, who was obviously drunk, grabbed Du Ruhui's collar and pulled him up. Come, 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 old Du. Aren't you the god of wine? Come, for me. I really can't drink anymore. Brother Zhang Feng, let Lao Li rest for a while. I'll do it. Just as Li Shimin was about to make a slip of the tongue, Du Ruhui's hair stood on end. He stuffed the pig kidney in his hand into Li Shimin's mouth and slapped Zhang Feng's shoulder with his greasy hand, roaring, "Come. Today, I'll show you what the god of wine is. Okay. Come. Whoever collapses first is the grandson. Hey. Old Wei, you're getting excited too, aren't you? Come, 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 whoever collapses first is the grandson." Chapter 219. The night was very short. Especially in the early summer night. The mosquitoes here seemed to be a little afraid of the small tavern. It was rare that they didn't enter here. In the end, these top-notch figures of the Great Tang who were competing in drinking all fell asleep snoring before the hour of the night had even arrived. This sleep made Wei Shuyu very worried. What should he do? What should he do? He had heard everything clearly when he was outside. Everyone else was fine, but the emperor, how could he? Send him back to the palace? He might be beaten by the empress. He didn't dare to bear the crime of failing to protect the emperor. For the first time, Wei Shuyu felt that being a shabby Jianghu guard was a hard job. He was so worried that he squatted on the steps in front of the tavern and pulled his hair like a pig's mane. But this was not a good way. He still had to go back and report. You, come here. Wei Shuyu waved his hand in annoyance and called a Jianghu guard over. Go to the palace immediately and report everything here. Yes. You, and you. All of you, squat in front of Lao Tzu and pretend to be dead. Guard this tavern to the death. Yes. The orders were issued one after another. Wei Shuyu looked at the tavern and turned to enter it. Looking at the leftovers on the table and the food that still smelled of wine and meat, he was eager to eat. But when he thought of the important responsibility now, he couldn't help but tear down the counter and find some soft and furs in the tavern. He even tore down Zhang Feng's bed and made a simple bed on the floor of the tavern. He put Li Shimin and the others on the bed one by one. As for Zhang Feng, Wei Shuyu squatted in front of the table and looked at this legendary figure. Wei Shuyu touched his chin and murmured, "He doesn't have any other ability. Didn't he still drink until he collapsed? That's it?" Wei Shuyu curled his lips in disdain. Looking at the broken or not broken wine jars on the ground and the wine jars on the table, there were only 6 in total. 5 people drank 6 jars of wine and all of them collapsed. Wasn't this too cowardly? If this was in the hands of Zhang Sun and the other bastards, this would be enough for them to rinse their mouths. Even if it was true, why fight for the title of God of Wine? Wei Shuyu felt a little disdainful. After wandering around the tavern and blowing out all the oil lamps, he wandered back and forth in the tavern. The aroma of the meat and the aroma of the wine almost drove him crazy. It will take about 2 hours to get to and from the palace. I only drank a little to satisfy my cravings. Others, I don't think, anyone saw it, right? Wei Shuyu listened quietly at the door with a guilty conscience. Then, she tiptoed to the wine cabinet and took out a wine jug that was slightly bigger than the others. With a slap, she removed the seal. Wei Shuyu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when she smelled the pungent aroma of the wine. He raised his head and carefully took a sip. Spicy. The wine was like a knife as it flowed down his throat and into his body like a ball of fire. Awesome. This is F*King wine. Wei Shuyu sighed happily. The strong smell of the wine made him feel as if he was breathing out a ball of fire in the dark. At this moment, how could Wei Shuyu care so much? He raised his head and poured the wine into the wine jug. However, what he didn't see was that on top of the wine jar, under the moonlight, the word alcohol was faintly visible. Wei Shuyu squatted in the corner and drank mouthful after mouthful. The more he drank, the more he felt that the wine was fragrant. He finally understood why the emperor and the others would act like children for this thing. Damn it, I only drank a few mouthfuls and I'm already dizzy. What kind of wine is this? Wei Shuyu completely let go. In order to study what kind of wine it was, he forgot where he was and what his duty was. On the other side, the Chamberlain of Jianghu passed through the secret doors of the palace and hurriedly appeared in Zhangsun Wuji's bedroom. Report. Urgent report. The Chamberlain of Jianghu requests an audience with the Empress. Under normal circumstances, the Chamberlain of Jianghu, or any man other than the eunuchs, would enter the harem. At this moment, Zhang Sun Wugo, who was anxiously waiting for Li Shimin, suddenly felt that something was wrong after hearing this voice. She waved her hand and said, "Go in." The next moment, the Chamberlain of Jianghu entered the bedroom with his head lowered. In front of a screen, the Chamberlain of Jianghu hurriedly prostrated himself on the ground. When Zhang Sun Wugo saw the Chamberlain of Jianghu's clothes, he couldn't help but be shocked. Where is the emperor? The emperor is drunk in a small tavern. What? Zhang Sun Wugo was completely furious. Bastard! Who accompanied the emperor? I asked Prime Minister Wei, Lord Fang, and Lord Du, then why didn't they stop him? What are you doing? Why didn't you stop the emperor when he was drinking? Empress Zhang Sun Wugo was completely furious. The Chamberlain of Jianghu was trembling all over. Reporting to the Empress, the lords are all drunk. Now, Captain Wei Shuyu is personally guarding the place. What? They're all drunk? Good. Empress Zhang Sun Wugo's pretty face was about to contort. She shouted angrily, "Order the imperial guards and the Chamberlain of Jianghu to mobilize all of them to protect the emperor." If anything happens to the emperor, all 9 generations of the emperor's family will be executed. The chamberlain of Jianghu's voice changed when he heard this. He hurriedly cupped his fist and roared mournfully. Yes. Chapter 220. All of a sudden, the entire palace began to move. Squads of imperial guards and imperial guards swarmed out of the palace in the dark. Under the lead of the imperial guard who delivered the message, they arrived outside the tavern. The one leading them was Wuxia Xianxia's son, Wuxia Baolin. Where are they? Wuxia Baolin's clanging armor clanged as he grabbed the golden guard's collar and asked in astonishment. I don't know, but before the captain sent me to the palace to deliver the message, hundreds of our brothers were here. Wuxia Baolin tossed the golden guard far away, shook his muscular body, and swept his gaze across the dark corners like a pair of daggers. How could he not know the people hiding in the dark? It seems that Wei Shuyu is really something. He must have put in a lot of effort to turn a squad of 300 into this. But what about that bastard? Was he killed? Wuxia Baolin waved his hand. In an instant, a large group of imperial guards and imperial guards surrounded Zhang Feng's tavern. He waved his hand and said, "Everyone, with the tavern as the center, clear out everyone within 100 steps. If there are any suspicious people, kill them." "Yes, sir." Everyone left. Wuxia Baolin's footsteps were heavy as he pushed open the door to the dark tavern. Instantly, countless torches lit up the entire tavern. In the next moment, Wuxia Baolin's brain stopped working. In front of him, the emperor and Wei Zheng were hugging each other as they slept on a bed made of wooden planks. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui were rolling on the floor covered in vomit. Even the emperor's face was covered in dirt. Wei Shuyu was leaning against the wall of the tavern, hugging a large wine jar and laughing like a fool. From time to time, vomit would overflow from the corner of his mouth. Wuxia Baolin's entire body was covered in a layer of white sweat. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Wuxia Baolin hurriedly shooed away the people who were about to enter the tavern. Even if Wuxia Baolin was an idiot, he now knew that he had really gotten himself into trouble this time. If anyone were to find out about this, the imperial family's reputation would be tarnished, the empress would kill. At this thought, Wuxia Baolin waved his hand and roared, "Everyone, retreat 30 steps. Without my permission, no one is allowed to enter the tavern." These imperial guards were the sons of his father's subordinates. Most of them were descendants of generals and ministers. If they were killed by the enraged empress. Wuxia Baolin took the torch from one of his men and lit up the tavern. He waved his hand and said, "Prepare the carriage. Get the carriage ready. Are you all idiots?" Then, he hurriedly carried Li Shimin and the others and placed them on the carriage one by one. Looking at Wei Shuyu, who was leaning against the corner of the tavern and laughing like a fool, her chest covered in vomit, Wuxia Baolin was furious. He viciously kicked her in the face while she was still laughing like a fool. After making arrangements for the emperor and the others, Wuxia Baolin roared, "Men, drag this bastard away." Reporting. "Lieutenant Wuxia, we've discovered a secret Turkic stronghold next door. What should we do?" "What?" F***CK. Wuxia Baolin had been preparing to clear the streets and escort the emperor and the others back to the palace, but when he heard this, his legs almost gave out from under him. F***CK. There's a secret Turkic stronghold right next door to this tavern? F***CK. What if, F***CKU? Then what are we waiting for? Lao Tzu has already wiped them out. Drag them back and interrogate them. F***CKU. Are you an idiot? F***CK off. F***CK, it's over. F***King hell, what sin have I committed? Why did I have to work tonight? Wuxia Baolin looked up at the sky and sighed. He wanted nothing more than to slap his own mouth. This time, even if nothing happened to the emperor, he would not be able to escape the beating he would receive when he returned. Even if it was a secret Turkic stronghold right next to the emperor, he would still die. Yuchi Baolin looked at the darkness sympathetically. He could not help but roar, "Stop hiding! Get the King hell out of Lao Tzu! Men! Tie these idiots up for Lao Tzu!" "Lieutenant Yuchi, what's the meaning of this? We're under orders." Slap. Some of the Imperial Guards protested and struggled, but Yuchi Baolin slapped them with the back of his hand and they fainted. He really wanted to slap these idiots until they fainted. That might save their lives, however, while wishes were beautiful, reality was cruel. Yuchi Baolin glanced at Zhang Feng, who had slipped from the table to the floor, and sighed. "Kid, what magic do you have that even the Emperor is willing to treat you as an equal?" The gong at 1 in the morning slowly sounded. However, the security of the imperial city was suddenly strengthened countless times in this silence and darkness. It was to the extent that after Cheng Yaojin received the secret order from the Tao Empress, he personally led his subordinates into battle and guarded the emperor and the others as they entered the Taiji Palace. In the palace, Zhang Sun looked at Wei Shuyu, who had been awakened by buckets of water, and shouted with a fierce expression, "Wei Shuyu, do you admit to your crimes?" Chapter 221. Wei Shuyu's mind was in a mess. He felt like his head was about to explode. He clearly remembered that he had only drunk a little wine. Had Lao Tzu's tolerance deteriorated? However, at this moment, he suddenly heard a voice that terrified him. The Empress! Wasn't the Empress in the palace? What was going on? Wei Shuyu felt as if he was being held up and Yuchi Baolin was whispering something into his ears. Zhang Sun stared at Wei Shuyu speechlessly and waved her hand angrily. "Tie him to the pillar at the door and let him sober up." "Yuchi Baolin, you said that there's a secret Turkic stronghold next to the tavern?" Yuchi Baolin hurriedly replied, "Yes, Your Highness. I've already captured the Turkic stronghold and it's underground. I don't care what methods you use, but you must investigate this matter before His Majesty wakes up tomorrow. And, old General Cheng." When Yuchi Baolin's men had summoned Cheng Yaojin had already found out about the entire situation. Now that he heard the Empress calling him, Cheng Yaojin gritted his teeth and feigned ignorance. "Your Majesty. Let me ask you, are you sure you've already removed the Imperial Guards next to the tavern?" Well. I did arrange for some men, but His Majesty was afraid that it wasn't safe and personally replaced the Imperial Guards. Then what's going on?" Zhang Sun slammed the table angrily and shouted, "Then tell me, what should I do if something happens to His Majesty tonight? What if the Turkic people next to the tavern find out about His Majesty's identity tonight?" "Your Highness, please calm down." Cheng Yaojin threw everything to the Emperor. "I don't know about this. Perhaps this Turkic stronghold only appeared recently. We didn't hear anything about it when we investigated in the past. Hey, idiot Yuchi, why don't you King tell me, did you find anything useful?" Cheng Yaojin was anxious. He kicked Yuchi Baolin's buttocks viciously and roared. Yuchi Baolin grimaced in pain from the kick. However, he didn't dare to lose his temper and said hurriedly, "Your Majesty, General Cheng, I've asked the people around." A man surnamed He who had met Zhang Feng said that Zhang Feng had noticed this stronghold as early as half a month ago. "And I also know that this stronghold usually starts its activities as a gambling house after midnight. Since the establishment of the cooperative, very few people have been active on the ground in this stronghold, so, what happened tonight, probably, didn't spread out." "What do you mean by probably?" "As the commander of the Imperial Guards, you are responsible for this matter. Tomorrow, after His Majesty hands down the punishment, you will go to the Ministry of Justice to receive 30 strikes." Empress Zhangsun left angrily with a wave of her sleeve. After all, the Emperor still needed to be looked after. It was only after the Empress left that Yuchi Baolin and Cheng Yaojin heaved a sigh of relief. "Damn it, you little bastard, why didn't you inform Lao Tzu about this? Cheng Yaojin grabbed Yuchi Baolin's ear and roared. It was so painful that Yuchi Baolin almost burst into tears. He was already very unlucky. Now that Cheng Yaojin was venting his anger, what else could he say? What did he dare to say? He didn't know what His Majesty would do when he learned about this matter tomorrow. Right now, he had already recorded 30 strikes of the paddle. Damn it, if His Majesty woke up tomorrow, damn it, General Cheng, stop pulling, it's going to break. If you want to blame someone, blame that bastard Wei Shuyu. It's all his fault. If he didn't inform Her Majesty first and cause her to be furious, how would I know about this? Her Majesty was furious at that time. She thought that since Wei Shuyu was around, nothing would happen. Who knew that bastard would steal wine and drink it? If you want to blame someone, blame him. Fine. Cheng Yaojin kicked Yuchi Baolin hard and let go, causing Yuchi Baolin to fall flat on his face. Tomorrow? Tomorrow, we'll all have to wait to be beaten. Cheng Yaojin said something ambiguous and left in a hurry. Yuchi Baolin was left in a mess. The next morning, Zhang Feng shook his head like a bucket and groggily got up from the floor. When he opened his eyes, he was dumbfounded. Was this still the tidy and shabby little tavern? Was this King Thief? He saw that the counter had been dismantled and thrown haphazardly on the floor. The tables and chairs were still intact, but, damn it, who could tell me who drank Lao Tzu's wine? Damn it! That's going to kill me. Zhang Feng squatted on the floor and looked at the half-full jar of wine, rubbing his head hard. He remembered that the counter was still intact at the end last night. Could it be that in the end, Old Li and the others got drunk and took the alcohol out to drink? But, Lao Tzu's quilt. What was going on? Sigh. In the end, Zhang Feng put his hands together and prayed, "Gods and Buddhas, please protect Lao Li and the others and don't drink to death." Chapter 222. The Scorching Sun. Especially the scorching sun in June. Behind the horizon, he tried his best to spew out the anger that he had been suppressing for an entire night. It was as if he wanted to barbecue the earth like an iron plate. The palace. It was quiet. Every palace maid and eunuch looked as if their buttocks were on fire. They lowered their heads and hurriedly ran for their lives. Especially the palace maids and eunuchs who were washing the floor in front of Taiji Palace. At this moment, even the slightest sound of footsteps would make them tremble. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Wei Shuyu slowly woke up with a hoarse cough. However, his head felt as if it had been kicked by a horse's hoof. At this moment, he really wanted to split his head open and dig out the broken things inside. "Someone, bring a bowl of water for me." Wei Shuyu habitually yelled, but everyone treated it like a fart. No one paid any attention to her. When Wei Shuyu felt that her hands and feet were trapped, she opened her eyes in a daze. The familiar plaque of Taiji Palace, the familiar palace maids, but, who the hell told Lao Tzu? Why was Lao Tzu tied to the pillar? Hey! Who the hell tied Lao Tzu to the pillar? Hey! Are you King deaf? CK. After shouting a few times, Wei Shuyu's throat hurt even more. Seeing that everyone was ignoring him, he finally realized that something was wrong. What did Lao Tzu do last night? That's right. Didn't I accompany His Majesty to the tavern yesterday? What the hell, why am I here? Finally, Wei Shuyu panicked. At this moment, a playful voice came from behind him. Yo! You're awake? Master Wei, it's Master Wei. You're drunk and still want Lao Tzu to serve you. TSK, TSK. Awesome. Zhang Sun, dressed in a white robe, slowly chewed a weed in his mouth. He looked at Wei Shuyu and shook his head. Looking at him, Wei Shuyu really wanted to tear his mouth apart. But now, he had to admit defeat. Otherwise, who the hell would know what was going on? Zhang-sun, what's going on? Whoa! Don't you know what's going on? Zhang-sun moved closer to Wei Shuyu as if he had discovered something interesting. How was the wine last night? Even better than the wine in Windward? Wine, right. Wei Shuyu remembered. Last night, he had been guarding the drunk emperor, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and his father. In the end, he seemed to have found some good wine, and then, gulp. On Wei Shuyu's forehead, large drops of cold sweat could not help but emerge. With a sobbing tone, he asked, Master Zhang-sun, please stop fooling around. Tell me what's going on. Also, what happened to His Majesty and the others? You only think of His Majesty now? Grandson Wei. You've King caused Lao Tzu so much trouble. At this moment, Yuchi Baolin, who was being carried, walked over with his buttocks sticking out in pain. Looking at Wei Shuyu made him angry. 30 planks. Not even a single one. Damn it, he would not be able to walk for at least half a month. Damn it, it's all this grandson's fault. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Yuchi Baolin pointed at Wei Shuyu and shouted, Damn it, you can't drink horse piss. When was yesterday? Were you a King servant? A servant drinking? Why did you King hide and drink? Are you King stupid? Why did you call someone back to tell the Empress? Damn it. If it weren't for you, would Lao Tzu have been beaten? Yuchi Baolin felt extremely wronged. He pointed at Wei Shuyu, who was still in a daze, and scolded him. Wei Shuyu was dumbfounded. There was only one last sentence left in his mind. Damn it, it's over. This time, it's all King over. Thud thud thud. However, at this moment, a series of clanking sounds rang out. Yuchi Baolin was so frightened that he hurriedly urged the eunuchs carrying him to run away. Zhang-sun also picked up his spear from the ground and stood in front of Wei Shuyu with a solemn expression, looking straight ahead. Brother, please restrain your grief. On this day next year, I'll burn paper money for you. By the Empress' decree, I'm bringing this guilty official, Wei Shuyu, for an audience. It's over. When Wei Shuyu heard this, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Seeing this scene, Zhang-sun Chong was stupefied. Damn it. Was the wine too strong? Or was this grandson too good at pretending? Damn it, but he did not dare to think too much. The Empress' personal guards were here. How could he dare to fart? He obediently slipped away after they took Wei Shuyu away. He did not dare to provoke the Empress at this time, even though she was his aunt, because his aunt liked to take revenge on her relatives, on the other side. Outside the bedchamber, Wei Zheng, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui knelt in a row. They hung their heads and looked at the group of palace maids and eunuchs in a daze. These were all people who used to be so arrogant. The sun did not rise from the west today. What was going on? Why were they all kneeling outside the emperor's bedchamber? But they did not dare to ask. They were afraid. At this moment, Zhang-sun Wuji came out of the emperor's bedchamber with a strange expression. He squatted on the ground and looked at the four people. He shook his head and sighed. The Empress summoned you. Everyone, you're awesome. Chapter 223. In the Emperor's chamber. Li Shimin rubbed his swollen head. Even though the palace maids were massaging his head and the imperial physicians were administering acupuncture, the aftereffects of being drunk still made him feel nauseous. At this moment, Empress Zhang-sun was sitting on one side, staring coldly at the four of them. Prime Minister Wei, you're an old man. Tell me, how should this crime be punished? How could Wei Zheng not know this? But how should he treat it? He had a headache. When he was outside, he heard that Wei Shuyu had been tied to a pillar outside Taiji Palace by the Empress for a whole night because of her negligence of duty last night. Until now, he still didn't know what she had done. Your Majesty, this, Prime Minister Wei and the others, Li Shimin wanted to say something. But when he saw Zhang Sun Wugo's cold face, he could only shrink his neck and stop talking. This scene made Wei Zheng and the others feel a toothache. The only person who could plead for mercy now didn't dare to speak. What could they do? Wei Zheng couldn't help but grit his teeth and bow. Your Majesty, it was this old subject's fault for being greedy yesterday and causing His Majesty to be in danger. According to the laws of the Great Tang, we should be beheaded. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Zhang Sun Wuji, who was standing on the side and pretending not to see, couldn't help but tremble. This old man, damn you, you still have the temper of a donkey at this time? Can't you say something soft? Good. Good, good. Zhang Sun Wuji. You're the Minister of Justice. What do you think about this? Zhang Sun Wugo was really angry. If they had just given in, this matter would have been over. After all, the juniors had already been punished, and all she wanted was an explanation. The emperor was hung over, and there was a Turkic spy by his side. She wanted an explanation so that she could deal with the mouths of those in the royal court. But she didn't expect Wei Zheng, this stubborn old man, to be so stubborn at this time. Zhang Sun Wuji was very depressed. He cupped his fists and said, reporting to the emperor and empress, if this matter was under normal circumstances, it would indeed be beheaded according to the law. But this is different. Oh? How is it different? Li Shimin asked with a wave of his hand before Zhang Sun and Wugo could speak. However, he had forgotten about the silver needles on the back of his hand. When he waved his hand, he instantly felt an intense pain, causing the corner of his mouth to twitch. Zhang Sun Wugo glared fiercely at Li Shimin. Reporting to Your Majesty. Prime Minister Wei and the others are accompanying His Majesty on an errand. Moreover, they are going to a tavern to meet Brother Zhang Feng. Drinking is inevitable. Moreover, they are here to thank Brother Zhang Feng for his advice, which helped His Majesty take control of the economic lifeline of the Tang dynasty. How can we not congratulate him on such a happy occasion? Seeing Zhang Sun, Wugo frowned. Zhang Sun Wuji sighed inwardly. Old guys, you have to remember this favor for Lao Tzu. Thinking of this, he said again, this is a happy occasion. As the saying goes, people are in high spirits during happy events, so it's inevitable to drink too much. Moreover, the emperor has already arranged everything. Who would have thought that Wei Shuyu would get drunk while on duty? This is the crux of the problem. Hearing this, Wei Zheng's eyebrows twitched. Vile spawn. Do you want to kill your father? Drinking on duty, and with such an important task, you actually got drunk. Wei Zheng's vision darkened, and his whole body shook. Li Shimin glanced at Wei Zheng. Seeing that Zhang Sun Wugo was still a little angry, he couldn't help but comfort her, Empress. This is Zhen's mistake. Zhen forgot that we were outside the palace, and this time, we didn't go to see Zhang Feng. We met Zhang Feng's brother by chance at the city gate, and Zhang Feng met Prime Minister Du and Prime Minister Fang for the first time, so Your Majesty doesn't even care about your own life. You just want to drink until you're drunk? Empress. Aren't Zhen fine? Fine? How do you expect this concubine to deal with the imperial harem? How will His Majesty answer to the court officials? Has His Majesty thought about all this? The anger that Zhang Sun Wugo had already suppressed surged up once more. Do you know? Just next to the tavern, there's an important Turkic stronghold. If Yuchi Baolin didn't go early, think about the consequences. What do you want this concubine to do? Woo-woo. As she spoke, Zhang Sun Wugo actually started crying. At this moment, Li Shimin's expression suddenly changed. He asked, Zhang Sun Wuji, what's going on? Replying to His Majesty, when Yuchi Baolin rushed to the scene last night, Wei Shuyu had already deployed a large number of golden guards to hide outside the tavern, but didn't screen the surroundings. In the end, they found an important Turkic stronghold next to Zhangfeng's. The underground room was luxuriously decorated and couldn't have been completed overnight. Buzz. Zhang Sun Wuji explained in detail. Li Shimon's head completely exploded. At this moment, he finally understood why Zhang Feng was so eager to drive Zhang Sun Wuji away that day. There were Turkic spies living next to him. No wonder Zhang Feng said such strange things that day. At this thought, Li Shimon was furious. Wei Zheng, do you know your crime? Wei Zheng was dumbfounded. As a supervisor of the secretarial department, you often go to the tavern with me. Didn't you carefully investigate the situation around the tavern? His Majesty, this matter was carried out by the Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Guards. This old official, you're still quibbling? Li Shimon hurriedly winked to hint at him. He shouted angrily, guards! Throw Wei Zheng, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui into the prison and wait for punishment. Guards, Wei Shuyu has neglected her duties. She will be flogged 30 times and be relieved of her position as the captain of the Golden Guards. Take her away. They were dumbfounded. They relied on their monthly salary to survive. Now that they were all exempted, they hurriedly shouted, Your Majesty, this is terrible. Chapter 224. In the end, Li Shimon didn't punish them. They were just going through the motions. After all, the emperor didn't say how long they would be locked up. Anyway, they would be locked up for a breath. In the end, the three of them swaggered back to the residence, but they really didn't get their salary. This made the three of them groan, but they also knew that this was the best way. However, while they were happy, Wei Shuyu was upset. At this moment, the person carrying out the task of flogging him was Zhang Sun Chong. Zhang Sun Chong stared at Wei Shuyu, who was pressed into a chair, and slapped him hard on the butt. TSK, I don't know what your father said to the emperor. You were supposed to lose your head, but now you're only getting flogged, and I'm the one who personally checked. Lord Zhang Sun, you have to be gentler. Don't forget what happened last year. I know. How can we be like that between brothers? Oh my. I saw with my own eyes that you, Zhang Sun Chong, committed irregularities. Just as the two of them were squatting on the ground and chatting, Crown Prince Li Qingqian appeared behind them without even the sound of footsteps. The two of them were scared out of their wits. When they saw that it was the Crown Prince, the two of them rolled their eyes. Qingqian, you're here to laugh at me too, aren't you? Li Qingqian's appearance was very similar to Empress Jiangxuan's. He had a high nose bridge and perfectly inherited the bloodline of the Chang people. As for his dignified eyes, although he was only 17 years old, he gave off the aura of an emperor from head to toe, raising his originally handsome appearance to another level. However, these were all when he was facing others. When he met Zhang Sun Chong, Wei Shuyu, and the others, he let go of everything that a crown prince should have. This was his favorite time. Li Qingqian sat cross-legged across from Wei Shuyu. Smelling the lingering scent of alcohol on his body, he said, Previously, I was fortunate enough to drink a cup of Zhang Feng's fine wine with Imperial Father. That wine was truly delicious, but why do I smell even stronger alcohol on your body? When I found out about this last night, I was puzzled. How could Wei Shuyu, who usually can't even get 3 jugs, get drunk before she even finished half a jug? If it wasn't for the fact that the person who said this was idiot Yuchi, I really wouldn't dare to believe this. Don't mention it. Wei Shuyu rolled her eyes and pointed at her butt. I'm about to be hit. Can't you say something nice? Why was he thinking about wine the moment he saw her? Is the fine wine in the palace not enough for you? Hey! Originally, Imperial Father secretly told me to exempt you from the punishment. But now, it seems that you, Li Qingshan glanced at Wei Shuyu and slowly got up. When Wei Shuyu heard this, her eyes widened. He grabbed Li Qingshan. "Brother. Good brother. His Majesty already said not to hit you. How can you disobey the imperial edict? Let's go, let's go. Damn it, I don't know what I drank last night. Even now, my head hurts like it was kicked by a horse's hoof." As he spoke, Wei Shuyu no longer looked like someone who was about to be punished. Under the stunned gaze of the official, the three of them walked away with their arms around each other's shoulders. "Sai, Shuyu, how did the wine taste?" Zhang Sun asked. As for the taste, it was like drinking a ball of fire. Strong. Hey. That good? Of course. Otherwise, do you think I would get drunk with half a jug of wine? Last night, I saw His Majesty and the others drunk and thought that something was wrong, so I personally went to taste it to verify the authenticity of this wine. Wei Shuyu sighed. He basically leaned on Li Qingshan and Zhang Sun, allowing them to carry him out of the harem. As they walked, the three of them chatted casually. "Shuyu, I also secretly drank that wine once. Because of that, I was tied up, hung, and beaten by my father," Zhang Sun said with some lingering fear. However, when he mentioned Zhang Feng's wine, he couldn't help but lick his lips. Wei Shuyu and Li Qingshan couldn't help but look at Zhang Sun as if they were looking at a hero. "Brother Chong, how did the wine taste? Tell me, I keep feeling that something was wrong last night." His Majesty, the four of them, and Zhang Feng. Guess what happened to the five of them? What happened? The five of them drank 6 jugs of wine. Think about it. I can hold half a jug of wine, but I got drunk. Think about your fathers. How can their alcohol tolerance compare to strong young men like us? They could drink so much and still be fine, but I got drunk with half a jug. If I drank that jug, wouldn't I die? Hiss. Li Qingshan and Li Qingshan gasped when they heard this. Wei Shuyu's alcohol tolerance was somewhat well known in their circle. Other than the 2 idiot Yuchi brothers and that fool Cheng Chumo, who could drink more than him. However, he got drunk all the time. However, the emperor and the others were fine after drinking so much. How could they not know the emperor and the others' alcohol tolerance? There was something fishy about this matter. What should we do? Li Qingshan suddenly stopped at the gate of the imperial city and asked. How about we go and take a look? I'll go. Chapter 225. How could they escape Li Shimon's eyes when the three of them had their arms around each other's shoulders? At this time, in the imperial study, Li Shimon looked at Cheng Yaojin and Zhang Sun Wuji playfully and said, I didn't expect the friendship between these little rascals to be so good. It's all thanks to your majesty. It's my son's fortune to be valued by the crown prince. Zhang Sun Wuji hurriedly said. Li Shimon rubbed his head and waved his hand. Come on. Let's think about how to deal with those people in the imperial court. I'm afraid last night's matter is already troublesome enough for us. As for the matter between the crown prince and Shuyu, anyone can see it. But this is a good thing. We will all grow old in the end, and the Tang dynasty needs this kind of friendship. Just like the relationship between me and you. Only this kind of friendship is the prerequisite to ensure that Qingqian can govern the Tang dynasty well. Li Shimon was very gratified. He had always been worried that the country they had conquered and the friendship they had built in this lifetime would end in their generation as they grew old, just like in history. But today, everyone went to take a look out of interest. They didn't expect the friendship between these little rascals to be even closer than blood brothers. Li Shimon couldn't help but feel very gratified. A true emperor was ruthless, but he also needed to govern with an iron fist. But the prerequisite was that he must have a group of people who really thought about him. In other words, they were loyal to him. And at this moment, he saw it. He saw the future of the Tang dynasty. Li Shimon smiled and said, Do you think they will go to the tavern? Cheng Yaojin scratched his head and said, do you want me to go and catch them? No. Let them go. Li Shimin shook his head. However, what I'm worried about is that those brats will expose this matter to me. Zhang Sun Wuji also frowned slightly. I don't think so. They also heard the rumors about brother Zhang Feng from our ears. We are all in disguise. If they really dare to do this, old man will personally hang them at the city gate and beat them up. There's no need for that. If Du Go were to go, then there shouldn't be any problems. He knows how to take care of himself. Li Shimin suddenly thought of Du Go. His eyes brightened as he beckoned to Xiao Gizi, you go to the Du residence immediately and inform Du Ruhui of our intentions. Yes. On the other side. Zhang Sun Chong, Li Qingxian, and Wei Shuyu, who were dressed like rich men, were walking on the streets of Chang'an City with their arms around each other's shoulders. They were like hooligans running around. But if anyone dared to say a word, Wei Shuyu would raise the Jin Wu Guard's badge and stamp that person's face. Just like that, they strolled like ducks all the way to the Cheng residence. Li Qingxian stepped forward and waved the crown prince's token in front of the guard's eyes. Then, he gestured for him to keep quiet. Go, call Cheng Chumo out. Your Highness. Your Highness. Scram. Go and come back quickly. Tell him that this crown prince has an urgent matter to discuss with him. Yes, the guard was dumbfounded. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. The crown prince always liked to scare people like this. Who in the Cheng residence doesn't know that you're the crown prince? Do you have to wave your bright crown prince's token in front of my face every time you come? If you accidentally drop it on the ground, then all of us will be buried together with you. Although the guard was cursing in his heart, no one dared to say anything. He lowered his head and knocked open the door to Cheng Chumo's room, who was snoring loudly. In an instant, the stench of his feet and sweat filled the air. Amidst the loud snoring, the guard seriously wondered if this kid would one day be suffocated to death by his own burnt smell. Lieutenant? Lieutenant? Wake up, Lieutenant. The Crown Prince is here. Lieutenant? After calling out a few times, Cheng Chumo turned over and farted, then fell asleep again. Lieutenant, there's a new prostitute in Windward Tower. What? What kind? This time, it really worked. As soon as he heard about the new prostitute, Cheng Chumo sat up and rubbed his eyes. The guard was speechless. If I didn't say that, you wouldn't be sleeping until tomorrow morning. It's not Windward Tower. The Crown Prince is looking for you. The Crown Prince? When Cheng Chumo heard this, he smacked his lips, rolled his eyes again, and fell asleep again. Tell Li Qingxian that I was on duty last night, so I don't have time to serve him now. Tell him to scram. Oh. What if this Crown Prince invites you to drink good wine? Do you want to go? Brother will take you to drink good wine. At this moment, Li Qingxian's voice sounded from the door. As soon as he heard the voice, Cheng Chumo turned over and continued to sleep with his head covered. Zhang Sun Chong and Li Qingxian covered their noses. They wanted to enter, but in the end, they couldn't resist his overwhelming stench. In the end, they still compromised. Go, 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 let's go to Zhang Feng's little tavern. Go if you want. Who wants you to freeload? Let's go, Zhang Sun Chong. Let's go find idiot Yuqi and drink good wine at the little tavern. Little tavern? Zhang Feng? Wine? This isn't the wine that my father hid like a treasure. Zhang Feng, damn. It's him. In an instant, Cheng Chumo woke up. He didn't even wear his shoes and suddenly roared, "You two bastards, stop right there." Chapter 226. On the main street of Chang'an. It was the busiest time in the market. At this moment, everyone was talking about what had happened last night. In front of a tea stall, Someone seemed to be speaking in a low voice, but in fact, his voice was not soft at all. Have you heard? Last night, a large number of Imperial guards suddenly conducted a carpet search in the East Market. Hearing that, the businessmen who were drinking tea at the tea stall or enjoying the cool air in the shade, waiting for customers, were all attracted by the news. Who doesn't know about this? Last night, someone knocked on my door. Almost everyone in the East Market knows about it, but it's a little strange. This has never happened before. Who said it wasn't? They came at midnight to check what? Hey! The man who spoke earlier, who looked a little wretched, touched his mustache and said, "You don't know about this, right? Do you know? Who doesn't know that you're a hoodlum? Did you go to that widow's house last night?" Someone could not help but tease. It caused a burst of laughter. Obviously, this man's reputation was not very good. Hearing that, the sallow-faced man glared and said with a red face, "You don't have to tell me about this, I do know about it." Then why don't you tell me? What are you waiting for? Just spit it out. It's a hot day, don't disturb my nap. Hey! Good. Today, I'll let you know how powerful Huang Daxian is. The man suddenly rolled up his shabby sleeves that were full of holes and said, "Last night, I pinched my fingers in that uninhabited house and saw that something big was going to happen, and then you were brought out? Finally, you were beaten by the officials? Sleeping in a private house at night, even if it's an uninhabited place, you'll still be beaten. Huang Daxian, did you really hear something last night? Get lost. A bunch of vulgar people. Old man is a disciple of Longhu Mountain. The old man was slaying demons last night." Everyone curled their lips when they heard that. This guy could use this trick to deceive foreign barbarians in Jianghu, but what about them? He. When Huang Daxian saw that everyone had lost interest, he became anxious and decided to stop pretending. "I saw the Jianghu guards last night." His words instantly attracted everyone's attention. Even Li Qingxian and the others, who were sitting at the stall and chatting with their heads lowered, were attracted to the scene. Everyone could not help but look at Wei Shuyu. "Yesterday, don't ask me, go ask idiot Yuchi. That guy must have messed up the place again last night." Wei Shuyu curled her lips and said disdainfully. He threw out a few copper coins and roared, "Huang Daxian heir, come. Tell me what happened last night. Otherwise, Lao Tzu will break your eyes." Huang Daxian looked at the clanking copper coins on the table and instantly beamed with joy. "Thank you, sir." He happily put the money into his pocket. At this time, Huang Daxian was even more confident. He looked disdainfully at the surrounding people who were faintly trying to run away. Look at him. Cough. Last night, I saw the Jianghu guards and the Imperial guards on the street behind Anning Square. They caught a rat next to the small tavern opposite Lao He's stall. Everyone was used to calling the Turkic spies rats. At this time, Wei Shuyu finally understood why the Empress was so angry. So, this Motherf *Ker, the Emperor got drunk right under the nose of the Tujue spies? When she thought of this, Wei Shuyu felt a chill run down her spine. What the hell, guess what happened next? Where did the soldiers find more than 30 Hu ladies? There were more than 10 women from the Tang dynasty. Their figures, their looks. Even the most famous courtesan in Chang'an city can't compare to them. Sigh. It's a pity that in the end, those soldiers took advantage of them. Huang Daxian was talking excitedly, but he didn't notice that when he said this sentence, the people who originally wanted to leave all ran away. Even the boss of the tea stall ran away. Huang Daxian took a sip of tea and was about to continue talking when he found this strange scene. He couldn't help but be stunned and turned his head slightly. At this time, he found that the young people who gave him the money were actually the tyrant of Chang'an city? Put on. Grandpa Cheng. I'm wrong. Cheng Chumo's name was resounding throughout the city. If he wore the armor, he would be the most handsome guard in Chang'an City. If he took off his skin, he would be one of the 4 stubborn bullies in Chang'an City, Chen Xiaoya. How could Huang Daxian not know this? At this time, Huang Daxian's whole body was trembling. Cheng Chumo's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Get out! Get out of Lao Tzu's face! Motherf *Ker, if you let Lao Tzu see you lying in Chang'an City again, Lao Tzu will break your 3 legs. Thank you, Grandpa Chen. While talking, Huang Daxian ran away scared witless. After that, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. I didn't expect Chen Xiaoya's reputation to be as big as before. Get out! Wei Shuyu's reputation is good? And Chong Zi, you motherf *Ker, shut up Lao Tzu's mouth. Cheng Chumo was very depressed. He was one of the 4 stubborn tyrants, but why did everyone recognize him? It didn't make sense. If it wasn't for waiting for that stupid Du Go, who the hell would be willing to stay here and suffer such humiliation? Sigh. Lao Tzu's reputation. It's all because of you bastards that Lao Tzu lost it. Chapter 227. Cheng Chumo's identity was exposed. However, everyone only knew their nicknames. No one knew their real names. Moreover, even if they were allowed to use their real names, they would not dare to do so. Not to mention other things, just the fiendish father at home would skin them alive. Not to mention, if other old fellows were to stab the emperor, then they would really die. Fortunately, in the end, everyone thought that it was better to have fun together than to have fun alone. They simply dragged all the people in Chang'an City into the trap. The largest tavern and the most luxurious brothel in Chang'an City were all properties that they bought with money. Therefore, these places became the gathering places of these stubborn people. In this regard, even if the ministers knew about this, when they saw that their good-for-nothing son was among them, they could only pinch their noses and accept it. Even Wei Zheng, who was known as the human mirror, did not ask about Wei Shuyu's matter under his wife's cries. He only said that if anyone dared to use the Wei family's name, he would cut them off. In this way, this group of stubborn people grew bigger and bigger. In the end, even the crown prince, Li Chengqian, was foolishly led into the trap. This time, this group of people became even bolder. As long as they were not seen by the stupid Yuqi's father, who was in charge of the curfew, anyone who saw them would have to bow their heads. However, even so, they did not completely drag everyone down with them. For example, Du Go. He was a fool who was determined to be the sage of Confucius. He had a big flat face all day long and a stubborn temper, so he had a nickname in the stubborn world of Chang'an City. Du Go. He was so stubborn all day long that he did not find it annoying. There were a few times when everyone coaxed him out, helped him enter the brothel, and even gave him the most beautiful girl for a night. They did not expect this guy to personally complain to everyone's father. Son of AB****. You've eaten your fill, and now you're playing the blame game? Everyone was angry. After being beaten, the crowd did not like him very much anymore. He could do whatever he wanted. But this time, they didn't know what was wrong with him. When he heard that they were going to the tavern, this lunatic actually sent someone to ask them to wait here until his morning class was over. If he did not agree, he would immediately go to the palace and complain to the emperor. This was no longer fun. Everyone thought about it and decided to forget it. They could only hold their noses and bear with it. He's here, Du Dabing is here. Just when everyone was about to doze off from waiting, Du Go held a book in one hand, with one hand behind his back. Like an old man, he slowly paced back and forth while reading loudly. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. I say, brothers, has this idiot become stupid from studying too much? This was the main street. He can even read? Zhang Sun pursed his lips and said, I think this guy is very sneaky. Maybe this guy is just boasting. Damn it. Be on your guard. Yes. Wait, I'll make him drink the wine I didn't finish last night. Motherf ***, let him have a good night's sleep and shut up for Lao Tzu. Okay. That wine you mentioned, leave some for me. If it can make you drunk, then it can't be considered good wine. Just when everyone was pondering, Dugo walked in. Under everyone's disdainful gaze, Dugo patted his white robe and sat down elegantly. Sorry for the long wait, I just finished my morning class, enough. Ching Chimo waved his hand. Let's go. If we don't go now, the sky will be dark. Wait. However, Dugo was unwilling to do so. He slowly poured a cup of tea and gently blew on the cold tea. He slowly took a sip and said, I'm here with the Emperor's secret order. So, let's wait for a while. What did he mean? The Emperor, could it be, damn it? Qingqian, did you tell your father? Wei Shuyu and the rest glared at Li Qingqian. Li Qingqian was also stunned. No. Only the few of us know about this. Besides, if father knows about this, won't I be in trouble? Everyone patted their heads and discussed. That's true. The crown prince leaving the palace incognito was a big taboo. Moreover, he went to a small tavern, a secret place where the emperor and everyone's fathers hid. If Li Qingqian said this, would the emperor agree? Only then did everyone sit down patiently and stare at Dugo, who was slowly drinking water. 15 minutes. He drank a bowl of cold water in 15 minutes. Everyone had the urge to beat someone up. Cough cough. Dugo put down the teacup and took out a handkerchief to wipe the corner of his mouth. Then, he folded the handkerchief and put it back into his pocket. Then, he sat up straight and said, the emperor knows about you coming out, but he didn't stop you. Obviously, the emperor acquiesced. However, the emperor specifically asked me to supervise you. Do you know why? Everyone rolled their eyes. Dugo continued, this time, we must ensure that our identities and our father's identity will not be exposed. Then, we must do, after that, and, everyone fainted. Everyone was seriously wondering if this guy had caused him to fall ill by chanting scriptures like he was chanting scriptures. Wei Shuyu even hugged her head and buried it on the table. Her entire body was trembling. This showed how scary Dugo's nagging was. In the end, everyone used various methods to automatically filter out Dugo. Don't listen, don't listen. Chapter 228. Zhang Feng was very tired. Last night, he didn't know how he slept, but his waist hurt so much that it felt like it was about to break. What was even more exaggerated was that the entire shop looked as though it had been burglarized. Zhang Feng couldn't help but scratch his head in confusion. Did he go too far last night and tear down the shop? But that shouldn't be the case. Today, things were even stranger. After finding some carpenters to reconstruct the counter, he happened to hear that the Turkic stronghold next door had been destroyed by the Imperial Guards and the Chamberlain of Chamberlain last night. That was even stranger. Normally, the Chamberlains of Jin were the special forces that protected the Imperial city. Why would they take action in the middle of the night? Furthermore, at this corner? Could it be that the Emperor had been plotting all along and they already knew about the Turkic stronghold here? Then, they thought that when the cooperative was formed, they would take the opportunity to strike a blow to the Turkic people? Wasn't that just messing around? However, after thinking about it, Zhang Feng stopped thinking about it. Who was that? That was Li Shimin, the emperor of all time. How could the entire world know what he was doing? Furthermore, this master's brain wasn't something that an ordinary person could think of. However, on this matter, Zhang Feng couldn't understand Li Shimin. No matter how he looked at it, this wasn't the time. Furthermore, he sent out the Chamberlains of Jin with great fanfare. Wasn't this just looking for trouble for himself? Zhang Feng was still thinking about how to carry out a big operation for these people. Now, it seemed like everything was over. After this incident, who would dare to show up in such a short period of time? Zhang Feng shook his head and stopped thinking about such unrealistic things. Looking at the half-filled jar of alcohol, his head was throbbing with pain. Hopefully, Lao Li and the rest were fine. However, just as Zhang Feng was rubbing his waist and preparing to go to the back room to check if there was a thief or if anything was missing, a person suddenly came up to Zhang Feng's face. Looking at that big face, Zhang Feng subconsciously slapped it. Who is it? Yo! After calling the two of them, Wei Shuyu saw that Zhang Feng was still in a daze. Wei Shuyu thought that Zhang Feng had drunk too much and wanted to check if he was breathing. However, she was inexplicably slapped. This time, both Wei Shuyu and Zhang Feng were stunned. It's you? Zhang Feng finally recognized the owner of this big face. Aren't you Lao Li's bodyguard? This. Did something happen to Lao Li? Wei Shuyu pouted. My father's surname is Wei. Guess who I am? Old Wei? You are Old Wei's son. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Old Wei's son was Lao Li's bodyguard? What kind of logic was this? However, at this moment, a few young men who were dressed like young masters in this era appeared. Moreover, they looked like hooligans. They walked with disdainful footsteps. They slowly walked into the small pub. The leading young man in a white robe looked somewhat similar to Lao Li. Behind him was a careless young man who deliberately kept his beard long. His actions were somewhat similar to Old Chen. As for the rest, you are, Li Qingqian gave a fist salute. Brother Zhang Feng. I am Lao Li's son. You can just call me Li Gan. Lao Tzu and your father call each other brothers. You call me brother. What would your father think if he knew? At this moment, Wei Shuyu stepped forward and introduced to Zhang Feng, Hey, brother Zhang Feng, this silly fellow is Old Chen's precious son, Chen Tiniu. This is that sour scholar, Old Du's son, Du Dabing. This is Old Sun's son. You can just call him Buggy. At the end, Wei Shuyu introduced Li Qingqian heavily, this is our god of fortune, Lao Li's precious son, Li Gan. Old Wei is my father. You can just call me Weizi. What kind of monster was this? Was this even a person's name? However, one should not slap a smiling face. Moreover, these were all Lao Li's precious sons. Zhang Feng gave a fist salute. I am Zhang Feng. Come, come, come. You are a guest. Have a seat. I am going to prepare some good dishes. Let's eat and drink. That would be great. Cheng Chumo laughed heartily. The slap made Zhang Feng's eyes roll violently. He was almost sent away. This slap made Zhang Feng feel as if a heavy hammer had hit his shoulder. What the hell was this? Was he swinging a sledgehammer at a construction site? The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth twitched. After a while, he finally calmed down. Cheng Chumo and the others acted as if they did not see it. After hearing Zhang Feng's words, their eyes were already looking around the small tavern. Brother Zhang, do you have the kind of wine he drank last night? He drank it? Zhang Feng did not react. He pointed to the counter and said, the wine is all there. Take whatever you want. I will prepare some dishes to go with the wine. As he spoke, Zhang Feng slipped away. He was a little afraid of Chen Tiniu. That F*King slap could kill someone. He did not know what this guy ate when he grew up. His slap was so strong. However, although he was depressed, Zhang Feng also had a lot of questions to ask them. He hurriedly prepared some dishes to go with the wine. In the tavern, Wei Shuyu and the others were squatting on the floor. They did not want any wine. They were just looking for half a jar of wine. Why? Wine that could make Wei Shuyu drunk? They had to try it first. If they did not drink such good wine, what else could they drink? After a long time, they finally found half a jar of wine in a hidden compartment under the counter. Everyone gathered together and smelled the pungent aroma of the wine. Everyone was almost drooling. Even Du Go, who had a look of disdain on his face, was unable to sit still. He stretched his neck and looked at the jug of wine. Seeing that, Wei Shuyu hurriedly pulled out a bowl and filled it with wine. Resisting the urge to feel dizzy from smelling the wine, she handed the wine bowl to Du Go. Go, this bowl of wine is a toast from us brothers to you. Drink it? Everyone looked at Du Go eagerly. Li Qingxian even said directly, we might have to drink to our heart's content today. So, Brother Du, this bowl of wine is a toast from me to you. When Du Go heard this, even the crown prince offered him a toast. Drink. He bowed to Li Qingxian and said, thank you for the wine, Brother Li. As he spoke, he raised his neck and downed the wine. That's alcohol. You can't drink it. Chapter 229. Zhang Feng was carrying a large tray of meat. Just as he lifted the curtain, he saw Du Go drinking with his head tilted back. But when he smelled the smell in the air, he instantly realized that something was wrong. Just as he was about to shout, a bowl of wine went down Du Go's stomach. This time, Zhang Feng's eyeballs almost popped out. He clearly remembered that the alcohol was hidden in the secret compartment under the counter. This was something he had been praising for a long time. It was prepared to be used in emergencies. And this thing was very difficult to get. Basically, it took 10 caddies of wine to extract less than 1 caddy of it. Last night, half a jar was drunk. His heart was aching. Now that he saw this group of idiots drinking alcohol instead of wine, how could he not be angry? He hurriedly snatched the alcohol from Wei Shuyu's hand and said, this is alcohol. You can't drink it. Brother Zhang Feng, you must be joking. This wine, burp, is very strong. It's good wine. Du Go was dizzy from drinking. At this moment, his face was as red as a monkey's butt. He laughed foolishly and wanted another bowl. Zhang Feng's face turned green. If he were to drink this, he would really die. He hurriedly hid the wine jar behind him and said, I have a lot of wine here. You can drink as much as you want. Just treat it as my treat. You can't drink this thing. Brother Zhang Feng, you're wrong. Why can't we drink such good wine? You're not kind. You can't bear to part with such good wine, tsk. Faced with the words of Cheng Chumo and the others, Zhang Feng shook his head like a rattledrum. He explained, do you know why this thing can't be drunk? Let me tell you. This is not wine at all. It was extracted from the wine. A jar of wine can only make about half a bowl. Do you know how long I've kept this jar? This is the best anti-inflammatory medicine for treating illnesses, especially for treating external injuries and infections. Let me tell you. Zhang Feng was about to explode. After explaining for a long time, this group of idiots finally understood why they couldn't drink it. However, Cheng Chumo was dumbfounded. Brother Zhang Feng, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Speak. We're all brothers. What's there to hide? This wine, alcohol. You said that a jar can only produce half a bowl. Then, you said that drinking too much will kill people. I heard that big idiot Wei drank half a jar last night. How is he fine? What did you say? Say that again? Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. He asked anxiously. Cheng Chumo was also dumbfounded. He was shocked by Zhang Feng's reaction and hurriedly said, last night, big idiot Wei saw that you were all drunk, so he came in to carry you back. However, he was greedy and said that he drank half a jar of wine. Here, the one in your hand was found by him today. Zhang Feng went crazy. He looked Wei Shuyu up and down and even pried open his mouth to look at him for a long time. This doesn't make sense. What's going on? Is this guy's physique too good? Or is my alcohol level not high enough? Like a fool, Wei Shuyu was also dumbfounded. He allowed Zhang Feng to fiddle with his body for a long time. Then he asked timidly, "Brother Zhang Feng, this thing, I really can't drink it? I really can't drink it. But, you weirdo, why is nothing wrong with you? TSK TSK TSK, awesome. You're really awesome. I'm still wondering if Lao Li and the others were drunk last night and secretly drank it. I'm still worried about whether something will happen to them. So it's you. Awesome. TSK TSK TSK, I didn't expect you to dare to drink it. Aren't you afraid of drinking it to death?" Gu-hu, Wei Shuyu broke down. Damn it. Who said that Lao Tzu is fine? From last night until this afternoon, Lao Tzu was tied to a pillar to sober up. I was F*King wondering what kind of alcohol this is. Why is it so strong? It's not F*King alcohol. If it's not alcohol, why did you put it here? You made me neglect my duty. I don't know if my father will skin me alive when I go back tonight. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. He looked at Wei Shuyu and clicked his tongue in amazement. Awesome. What an awesome person. Awesome drinker, you're awesome. Zhang Feng did not expect Wei Shuyu to have such a big reaction. In the end, he thought that maybe this guy was still drunk, or maybe he was really afraid that his father would beat him up. Zhang Feng patted Wei Shuyu's shoulder and said, "Brother. Don't worry. You're alive and kicking now, aren't you? This means that you can hold your liquor well. Look at Du Dabing. He's already in his dreams. Come, come, come." Zhang Feng pointed at Du Go, who was sprawled on the bench like a dead dog, and pulled everyone to a table. Then, he took a few jars of low-alcohol content wine from the counter and said, "Come come come, brothers, let's drink to our heart's content today. This is good alcohol." The other masters stared at the alcohol in Zhang Feng's arms and swallowed their saliva. Zhang Feng pretended not to see and put the alcohol back into the hidden compartment on the counter. Then, he took a few jars of good alcohol from the wine cabinet and said, "Although the alcohol content is low and not as strong as alcohol, this is definitely good alcohol. You won't die from drinking it." Alcohol content? What's that? Li Qingqian's eyes flashed as he asked. He felt that he had heard this new term from his father. Now that he heard it again, he could not help but want to find out more about it. Hi. This. Actually, it's the content of the alcohol. In other words, it's the level of the alcohol content. Take a look. As he spoke, Zhang Feng pointed at the characters on the jars on the counter and said, "Look, on this jar, it says 1. That means that the alcohol content of this wine is very low. As for this 65, it's the strongest wine here." Cheng Chumo rubbed his chin and looked at the jars on the table. He said with some dissatisfaction, "Brother Zhang Feng, this isn't right. What are we? We're brothers. Although this is the first time we've met, we're still brothers. Have you never heard of my name before?" "What titles?" Zhang Feng asked subconsciously. "If the Chang and winery doesn't come, I won't fall. The 4 demon kings of Chang and are us." As he spoke, Cheng Chumo and the others couldn't help but puff out their chests. And Wei Shuyu was among them. Zhang Feng understood that this guy wanted to drink strong alcohol. Zhang Feng smiled and patted Wei Shuyu's shoulder. "Kid, I've been worried for the whole day. You're awesome. I thought that someone who drank half a jar of alcohol would probably die. But seeing how energetic you are today, fine. Awesome drinker, I'll treat you to the strongest alcohol." Chapter 230. Wei Shuyu almost wanted to find a place to bury her head in. She would be laughed at by this group of people for the rest of her life, right? However, when she turned to look at Du Go, he straightened his back again. Didn't you see that Du Go had drunk an entire bowl of wine? At least I drank half a jar of alcohol. That's not much better than Du Go's. Well said, brother Zhang Feng. Drink the strongest wine. Let's be the strongest brothers. Okay. Come, come, come. Let's drink to our heart's content today. Cheers. Everyone cheered. Zhang Feng could not help but become bold. He simply took off his shirt, revealing his shriveled upper body, and competed with everyone with a jar of wine. However, after 3 big mouthfuls of wine, Zhang Feng could not hold on any longer. He hurriedly surrendered. He looked at this group of fierce people who drank wine like it was water with some horror. His mouth was opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. At this moment, he finally understood why Mr. Jin Yong wrote so much about the heroes of ancient times in his works. This King wine was really drinking water. This belly, this was more vigorous than the fierce people in the future who drank 10 bottles of beer in one breath. This was 65% strong wine. Zhang Feng's head hurt. He did not care about wine at all. What was wine? Wine was a bastard. He could just make more wine after drinking it. However, if this person drank too much, he would not be able to account for it. He hurriedly stopped everyone. Drink slowly. No one is fighting with you. There's a lot here. If it's not enough, I still have 10 jars in my backyard. It's my treat today. Drink slowly. When everyone heard that, they put down the wine jars in a daze. In fact, they could not hold on any longer. However, they had already bragged, and it was the first time they met. They had already said that they would drink this jar. They had to drink it even if they had to risk their lives. Damn it, why was this stronger than the wine Lao Tzu brought back? What the hell was this? Everyone was shocked. Feeling dizzy, they looked at each other stupidly. Even Li Qingxian, who was considered refined when drinking, was a little dizzy at this moment. Come, come, come. Don't just drink, let's eat. Come and have a taste of our food. The last time Lao Li brought back the cocoons, did you eat them well? Alright. Guess what happened to me after I ate half a kilo of it last time? Cheng Chumo drank too much. While chewing on a piece of pig intestine, he hooked his arm around Zhang Feng's neck and showed it off. Zhang Feng was also interested and asked, what happened in the end? Him? Brother Zhang Feng, let me tell you. Zhang Sun was also amused. He patted Zhang Feng's shoulder, and Zhang Feng stumbled and fell onto the table. Zhang Feng almost couldn't catch his breath. Li Qingxian hastily supported him and patted him on the back. Only then did he manage to catch his breath. I say, your hands, why do you have so much strength? Zhang Feng was speechless. Zhang Sun smiled apologetically and hurriedly said, Brother Zhang Feng. Brother, I didn't know your body was so weak. Didn't you eat that delicious food? I ate it. Then why is your body so weak? Why don't I ask someone to send you a few 100-year-old ginseng some other day? Okay. Lao Li was Lao Li after all. He was too stingy. Zhang Feng took Li Qingxian's hand and said, Good brother. You're much more generous than your father. I didn't know you had 100-year-old ginseng at home. Brother, let's not talk too much. Let's toast to this. Li Qingxian's face twitched. He wanted to slap himself. If he had known that his father didn't mention this, he wouldn't have pretended to be pretentious and gave this to Zhang Feng. This was a gift prepared for the retired emperor. He had spent a lot of money to get this. He thought that his father would allow it, which meant that he had tacitly agreed to give it to him. But now, he said it out of carelessness. He couldn't take it back now. Li Qingxian closed his eyes and gulped down a bowl of wine. At this time, Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Sun and asked, Continue. Didn't you say that Chantiniu ate half a kilo of locust eggs? Then what? Then what? Hey! This grandson almost sent away a newly arrived concubine. Did you know? He almost went to court. If it wasn't for the godly doctor who made his father pay a fine of 3,000 strings of coins to marry that Hu Ji as his concubine, he would probably still be in jail. Cheng Chumo's face turned red, but he still held his head high and said, "Bug, are you jealous? Jealous of my ability in that area? Get lost. Who the hell is like you? Impatient as a monkey, you don't know how to be gentle at all. Lao Tzu is ashamed to be called one of the 4 big bullies with you. Hee hee. I think you're jealous." After the few of them talked about this and that, they began to talk to the spy with red faces and thick necks. Li Qingxian just shook his head and chatted with Zhang Feng. "Brother Zhang Feng, I've seen your calligraphy. Did you also write the words on this wall?" Li Qingxian looked at the words on the wall. He asked. "This is what I wrote when I was drinking with old Sun when I was bored." "Randomly?" "I don't think so." Li Qingxian shook his head and murmured, "Drinking wine, don't stop drinking, I'll sing a song with you, please listen to me. Bells, drums, and jade are not expensive, I hope you'll be drunk forever. Since ancient times, sages have been lonely, only those who drink leave their names, 5 flowers, horses, and 1,000 gold cloaks, I'll exchange them for good wine, and with you, I'll share the worries of eternity." What kind of artistic conception is this? Brother Zhang Feng, can we talk about this poem? Chapter 231. Zhang Feng waved his hand. "What's there to talk about this poem? It's just something I casually recited after drinking. Now you want me to talk about this poem? Goodbye." However, Li Qingxian was not having it. He continued to ask, "How can someone who can make such a poem be careless? Do you know that those poems of yours have been framed by my father as a heirloom to be passed down?" Li Qingxian shook his head and stared at Zhang Feng curiously. "Brother Zhang Feng, tell me the truth. How many more poems do you know? Do you know that during the Dragon Boat Festival, there will be a poetry gathering in Chang'an City? If you're willing to go, the top courtesan of Chang'an City, Jingshu, who no one has ever had the chance to get close to, will." Poetry gathering? Jingshu? Zhang Feng was a little dizzy. "It's okay to play around, but you want me to go to a poetry gathering?" He knew how crazy the poetry gathering in the Tang dynasty was. Basically, many young ladies from noble families would attend that poetry gathering. Moreover, all the talents in Chang'an City and even the Tang dynasty would come to Chang'an to attend that poetry gathering. It was not only a chance to become famous, but also a chance to win the heart of a beauty. Even if by chance, he might be chosen by a big family and become a member. However, the premise was that he knew how to compose poems. He was not afraid of composing poems, but to compete in poems, and even compose poems? Forget it. Goodbye. At that time, the first one to be finished would be him. With his limited knowledge, going to that place was purely torture. Zhang Feng's face turned serious and said, "I appreciate Brother Li's kindness, but what is a poem? It's a kind of artistic conception. It's not created for a competition. Otherwise, what's the use of it? It's a knife to kill, the source of hatred. If Brother Li is really doing it for my good, don't mention it again. I don't want to increase the sin of killing because of poems." Li Qingxian was dumbfounded. How did this poetry gathering turn into a sin of killing? But when he thought about it, it was quite interesting. Zhang Feng's poems were too shocking. If he were to appear, then wouldn't those poor students who wanted to fight for a better tomorrow return in disappointment? In that case, wouldn't their future be ruined? Wouldn't they be unable to recover from the setback? Even jumping into a river to commit suicide was considered a light punishment. He knew that there was once a scholar at a poetry meet. Because of the woman he loved, he planned to win the woman's favor at the Mid-Autumn poetry meet. However, fate dictated that in the end, the woman fell in love with another scholar, and in the end. In a fit of rage, the man killed the woman's family, as well as that scholar's family. When Imperial Father was still the king of Qin, he was furious, but in the end, the matter was left unsettled. At this moment, Li Qingxian was filled with emotions when he heard Zhang Feng mention it. Forget it. Brother Zhang Feng's concept is something we can't compare to. What concept? At this moment, a few drunkards who were drunk came up. With a strong smell of alcohol, they hooked Li Qingxian and Zhang Feng and started to drink. I say, are you two here to watch a good show? Didn't we say that good brothers should share weal and woe together? We've already drunk a big jar, no. You guys have to make up for it. Yes. Me, Buggy, and Idiot Wei have already finished. You two shouldn't slack off. Otherwise, Lao Tzu's fist won't be merciful. Zhang Feng's eyelids twitched. Fine. He couldn't afford to offend these two. If this fist came down, he would most likely die. Come. Let's do it. Whoever doesn't do it is a grandson. Zhang Feng also became unyielding. He grabbed 3 jars with the number 65 foot written on them and threw them to the 3. Then, he picked up 2 jars with the number 1 written on them, slapped the seal and raised his head to drink. Seeing this, how could the 3 of them endure it? They raised their heads and drank. Even Li Qingxian couldn't help but clench his teeth and raise his head to gulp down the wine. Burp. A jar of wine went down. Even though he only had a 10% alcohol tolerance, Zhang Feng still felt like the world was spinning. He looked at Cheng Chumo and the others, who were basically lying on the ground with their limbs spread out, hugging the wine jars and refusing to let go. They were even laughing foolishly. Li Qingxian wasn't any better. As he drank, he raised his head and fell to the ground with a thud, sleeping soundly. Zhang Feng walked around and sat on a stool in a daze. After a long time, he finally recovered from the dizziness. But when he saw the people sprawled all over the ground, he couldn't help but have a headache. Last night, he got Lao Tzu drunk. Now, in broad daylight, he got his son drunk. Lao Li and the others wouldn't beat him up with a big club, right? Thinking about it, Zhang Feng hurriedly got up and bolted the door. Only then did he heave a deep sigh of relief. But what should he do with the people on the ground? What if they tore down the shop again, then, brother? You're not thick enough. Roar. At this moment, Cheng Chumo sat up dizzily and grabbed Zhang Feng's collar. Dizzily, he pointed at the people on the ground and spat in disdain. Hee hee. Hee hee. They're all trash. Lao Tzu's alcohol tolerance is still the best. Come, why are you still, burp, not drunk? Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. What the hell was this? Could it be that Lao Tzu had no choice but to drink? At this moment, after falling down a few times, Cheng Chumo took 2 jars of wine from the wine cabinet. After a long time, he crawled in front of Zhang Feng and grabbed Zhang Feng's collar. Drink. If you don't drink, then you're looking down on me, Iron Bull. Zhang Feng's face turned green. This was Lao Tzu's little pub, okay? The wine was Lao Tzu's, okay? However, Cheng Chumo was drunk. How could he care so much? He saw that Zhang Feng did not move. How could he let this go? He was about to beat him up. Zhang Feng gritted his teeth and looked at the word 1 written on the jar of wine. He made up his mind and roared, drink. Damn it, if you don't drink, then you're looking down on me, Zhang Feng. You're a coward. Coward? When Cheng Chumo heard that, he exploded. He broke the seal with his fist and raised his head to drink. After a while, only the sound of 2 jars shattering could be heard. Zhang Feng and Cheng Chumo were also drunk. Chapter 232. It was night. It was a dark night. The kind where you couldn't even see your own fingers. Under the passionate kisses of the mosquitoes, Zhang Feng finally woke up. Looking at the drunkards on the floor, he couldn't help but have a headache. Damn it! What should I do? Zhang Feng was speechless as he roared. But at this moment, in the dark corner, a leisurely voice came. You're awake? Who is it? Zhang Feng was furious. Last night, the next door was checked. Who knows if there were any dead people? Now that a voice suddenly came out, how could he not be scared? Cough cough, brother Zhang Feng, don't be afraid. It's me, I'm Du. Dabing. Dabing? What dabing? Zhang Feng rubbed his forehead for a long time before he reacted. He finally remembered that Dabing Du was drunk with a bowl of alcohol. Rubbing his aching head, Zhang Feng slowly lit an oil lamp. At this time, he finally saw Dabing Du clearly. He saw a milky white robe covered with vomit. Some of it was his, some of it was unknown who it was. Cheng Tiniu, Idiot Wei, and Lao Li's son were all huddled together. That scene, it was simply unbearable to look at. When did you wake up? Why didn't you light the oil lamp? Zhang Feng looked at Du Go speechlessly. I only woke up when you were talking. This alcohol of yours. What is it made of? Why is it so strong? My head feels like it's going to split open. Du Go asked while holding the door and sitting crookedly on the stool. I already said, this is alcohol. It's not alcohol. Zhang Feng spent a long time explaining the alcohol matter clearly. Then, the two looked at the drunkards on the floor. They could only speechlessly carry them into the bedroom in the backyard and throw them on Zhang Feng's small bed. Then, they sat in the front hall of the small pub again. Du Go quietly looked at the words on the wall and was shocked. I've long heard of Brother Zhang Feng's poems, and I've also seen Brother's calligraphy, but this piece of calligraphy. Especially that, don't make the golden goblet empty to the moon. Brother, what kind of state of mind did you have to come up with such a line? Du Go was an idiot. From the famous works of Confucianism to some literary stories circulating in the marketplace, they were all recorded. Only Zhang Feng made him feel the most mysterious. The shopkeeper of a small tavern, moreover in the prime of his life, was not like the other young talents who were actively striving for fame, nor did he serve the court. Instead, he was struggling at death's door in this small tavern. What kind of free and easy person would do something like this? Brother Zhang Feng, to tell you the truth, I wanted to pay you a visit a long time ago, but my father didn't allow it. Plus, I haven't finished my homework yet. So, it wasn't until today that I mustered up my courage and obtained my father's permission to pay you a visit. As he spoke, Du Go took out a visiting card and presented it with both hands. When I came, I didn't have any good gifts, so I copied some famous poems. Plus, I know that Brother Zhang Feng doesn't like gold and silver things, so I prepared a rubbing of an ancient book. Please, Zhang Feng's head hurt. This time, it was really a headache. He finally understood why Idiot Wei and the others couldn't wait to get this guy drunk the moment they came in. This was a copy of Tang Sanzang. He didn't say a single word, but this guy was nagging for half a day. Did he still want people to live? Zhang Feng couldn't help but be endlessly grateful to old Du. It was fortunate that old Du had locked this unfilial son in the room. If he had come earlier, he would have been annoyed to death. For this kind of lunatic who was obsessed to the point of madness in a certain field, Zhang Feng admired, but also feared. Others were still fine, as long as he was tricked, he would feel better. But this Du Go was a fucking literary maniac. How could he trick him? Cough, cough. That. Du Go. I appreciate your kind intentions, but I still can't accept this rubbing. Zhang Feng looked at Du Go, who had a pained expression. He didn't know what this guy was feeling pained about. This thing wasn't precious. If you wanted it, you could just go and make another rubbing, right? Was there a need to give it away and feel pained? How could Lao Tzu accept this? He originally wanted to accept it and take a look at it when he had nothing to do, but, forget it. Lao Tzu was afraid of being remembered. Du Go's face stiffened. Brother Zhang Feng, what are you saying? Although the rubbing is good, it needs to be given to a close friend. Today, to be able to meet Brother Zhang Feng is already my good fortune. This is not my gift, and I also don't dare to give a saint's rubbing to someone. This is just a token of my appreciation between us students. Please don't treat me as a shameless person who steals the saint's blood and sweat. Zhang Feng's eyes were red. This guy, he's cursing me in a roundabout way. Did Lao Tzu provoke you? However, after observing for a long time, he saw that Du Go didn't seem to be cursing him. He could only touch his nose, but he didn't even look at the thing in front of him. Don't ask why. Asking was disdain. Come on, you. Even a fool can see the reluctance on your face. Just say it, what do you want? I'll give it to you, okay? Zhang Feng surrendered. Du Go heard this. His face lit up, and he hurriedly put the rubbing into his arms, then bowed like a Confucian scholar. Brother Zhang Feng, please give me a piece of calligraphy. Chapter 233. Zhang Feng was speechless. He knew this guy was up to no good. You just want a piece of calligraphy. Why don't you just F*King say it? Why do you have to put on such an act? Aren't you tired? Even Lao Tzu's side characters are better than you. All right. I can't do the calligraphy tonight. I'm not interested. My head hurts. Let's talk about it tomorrow. It looks like you guys won't be able to go back tonight. Since that's the case, I'll make do with it tonight. Zhang Feng pointed at the bar, then put a few tables together and lay down on them. Du Go was stunned. Seeing that Zhang Feng was about to fall asleep, he hurriedly asked, Brother Zhang Feng, I have something to ask. I hope Brother Zhang Feng can answer my doubts. Speak. Zhang Feng's head was about to explode. He finally understood what King Sour Scholar was. Aren't you tired of all these complicated formalities? If you just said you want a piece of calligraphy when you walked in, you have a question to ask. Perhaps Lao Tzu would give you 100 pieces of calligraphy on a whim. That would be a piece of cake. Do you have to do this? All right, speak. I'm drunk and my head hurts. Zhang Feng rubbed his head. Under Du Go's murderous gaze, Zhang Feng could no longer lie down. He sat up and rubbed his temples. At this moment, Du Go said, It's still the same question. I wonder what kind of state of mind Brother Zhang Feng was in to compose that poem. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. If Lao Tzu knew what kind of state of mind Li Bai was in to compose that poem, would Lao Tzu be here? However, after thinking about it, this was undoubtedly an opportunity. Zhang Feng began to bluff. Actually, you've already seen this poem. Oh? Du Go heard this and his expression froze. He hurriedly clasped his fists. Please enlighten me, Brother Zhang Feng. Today, in this small bar, you. Forget it, you're drunk and didn't see it. How about this, tomorrow, I'll let you experience this concept for yourself. What do you think? All right. Thank you, Brother Zhang Feng. But no, I still have a question. I wonder where the heroism in Brother Zhang Feng's poem, as well as the feeling of having experienced the vicissitudes of life, came from. Once, when I heard my father reciting this poem in his study, I was deeply attracted by the concept of this poem. Therefore, I specially consulted and paid a visit to the famous Confucian and literary masters in Jianghu city. However, everyone was extremely shocked by this poem. Everyone asked me which great Confucian wrote this poem. However, when this humble one said that it was composed by a tavern owner who was about the same age as this humble one, they were all stunned. They did not seem to believe it. In fact, Some people even said that this was composed by a Confucian official who had experienced and witnessed the court for his entire life. When he was about to resign from his position, he composed this song in a free and easy manner. This. Brother Zhang Feng, can you tell me what is going on? Or should I say that this poem was written by Brother Zhang's teacher? Zhang Feng went crazy. He had an urge to cry. Who the F***ck could stand this? Lao Tzu did not even say a word. You forced me to come up with such a huge list of things. You want me to recite them for you? Seeing that Du Go continued, Zhang Feng hurriedly stopped him. Brother Du, you're a magnanimous person. Can you let me have a good rest and talk about it tomorrow? My head hurts. Besides, in literature, the one who has the highest attainment wins, not the age. What matters in literature is the concept and the realization in daily life. Who says that the common people can't speculate about the imperial court? Just look at the old men on the street who are working hard to make a living. When they see the prosperity of the street or the poverty of their home, they sit alone in an unfamiliar tavern and drink by themselves while crying and reflecting on their life. May I ask, what's the difference between the imperial court and home? One is the home of the Tang dynasty, and the other is the shelter from all the storms and disasters. May I ask, what's the difference between the two? This is the source of my concept. As for Brother Du, you still need to hone yourself. I suggest that you step out of the world that you imagine and go to the secular world to observe the lives of the common people. This is what a Confucian scholar should do. You shouldn't hide in your books and be a hypocrite who doesn't care about the affairs of the world. Alright, I'm going to sleep. You have a good time. After saying that, Zhang Feng turned around and lay on the table, no longer paying attention to this lunatic. As for Du Go, he no longer bothered Zhang Feng. He was still immersed in Zhang Feng's words. Zhang Feng's words seemed to have opened a brand new door for him, causing him to fall into a strange state that he could not extricate himself from. Zhang Feng finally let out a deep sigh of relief. This is 2F** King scary. What the F***ck, old Du? How can you stand such a son? This is too scary. After mourning for old Du in his heart, Zhang Feng guiltily looked at Du Go, who seemed to have gone crazy from his words, and closed his eyes. Chapter 234. The next morning. Zhang Feng woke up with a sore back. At this moment, his head hurt even more. Mother ***, no matter what I say today, I won't F***king drink anymore. If I continue to drink, I will die. But when he rubbed his head and stood up, he saw that Du Dabing had disappeared. Could it be that he knew it was difficult and slipped away? Damn it, Zhang Feng was a little flustered. If he went out in the middle of the night and was caught by the patrolling soldiers, he would be beaten with a plank. Could it be that he wiped out the bedroom in the backyard? Zhang Feng rubbed his head, went to the kitchen to wash his face with cold water and drank a big ladle of water. Only then did he feel a little better. He lit the fire on the stove and boiled some water. Then he took out the leftover braised meat that was frozen in the water and steamed it on the pot. Then he slowly went to wake up a few lazy bums. Chen Tinu. Get up. Stupid way. Get up and eat. You, bums, get up. But after calling for a long time, he did not hear any response. Zhang Feng was confused. Could it be that they drank too much last night and had not woken up until now? But, it should not be to that extent, right? They had been calling for so long. Could it be that this group of young masters were all so sleepy? It was almost noon. Could it be that they really drank until they died? Zhang Feng was shocked. He just remembered that when he came out, Du Dabing was drinking. Then who drank before? He did not know. Could it be, this group of second-generation young masters, they died? Zhang Feng was shocked and hurriedly pushed open the door. Instantly, there was a stench. Zhang Feng's snot and tears came out. He hurriedly looked around the room. Except for the messy sheets, there was nothing in the room. Not to mention people. Damn it! Where is he? Zhang Feng was a little flustered. He was most worried about Old Wei's son. This guy drank so much alcohol the night before and drank so much last night. He would be crippled. Could it be that this group of guys, behind his back, if he was gone and Lao Li came to ask for him, what should he do? At the thought of this, Zhang Feng's head hurt even more. Running out of the tavern, he saw the old scholar squatting on the street corner and dozing off. He hurriedly asked, "Old scholar, did you see those people who came out of my tavern this morning?" The old scholar looked at Zhang Feng as if he were a monster and asked, "Do they owe you money for the wine?" "No." "Then did they take your things?" "Not really." Tell me, did you see it?" The old scholar nodded his head speechlessly. "I saw it. A few of them went out early this morning. They were cursing and swearing along the way. One of them was even carried on someone's back." "Carried away? And he's still cursing and swearing? F***ck. Did he really drink too much?" Zhang Feng slapped his face and squatted down beside the old elementary scholar. F***ck, I'm in trouble. Damn. This group of idiots, if you can't drink, why are you pretending to be a chicken? Fengzi, those people seem to be fine. Old scholar, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't mess with them. They are people you can't mess with. Old scholar, what do you mean? What's wrong with them? After the old scholar finished speaking, he continued to doze off and ignored Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng became even more anxious. Well, you old scholar. To think that I've always respected you so much. So, you didn't even tell me when you encountered something. You just want to laugh at me, right? The old scholar was speechless. He shook his head. He waved his hand. Zhang Feng hurriedly put his ear to the old scholar's side. The old scholar said, "Do you know who they are? They are the famous bullies in Chang'an. It's not good for you to get too close to them. They are rich, but what about you? You will die." At this moment, Zhang Feng finally understood what the old scholar was worried about. He couldn't help but let out a deep sigh of relief. He patted the old scholar's shoulder and simply sat down next to the old scholar as well. "Old scholar. You don't have to worry about this. They are my brother's sons, so I'm more at ease about this matter. If you have nothing to do, you can come to the entrance of my little pub. If you have nothing to do, we can chat." The old scholar rolled his eyes. He no longer paid attention to Zhang Feng. "Kid, if you really want what's good for me, let me give you a piece of advice. One is marked by the company one keeps. Don't get too close to this group of people." Old thing, are you F***king here to instigate our relationship? Between us brothers, we can't let down the heavens and earth, and we can't let down our conscience. What is this called? This is called eating meat, and I can't let my brother drink soup. What is this called? This is called sharing blessings and suffering together. What do you know? At this moment, Cheng Chumo turned the corner while cursing. He opened his eyes and looked at the old scholar. The old scholar didn't even look at him. He only glanced at Li Qingqian. In the end, he sighed and closed his eyes again, pretending to sleep. At this moment, Dugo grabbed Cheng Chumo's ear and scolded, "Tai Nyo, is this what your father taught you? If you continue to disrespect the old man, do you believe that I will tell Li Qian's father immediately?" Hearing this, Cheng Chumo shrunk his neck and hurriedly retreated to the back. Zhang Feng was also speechless. However, after being scolded by Dugo, Cheng Chumo couldn't flare up. He said sullenly, "Where did you guys go so early in the morning? Hey! Brother Zhang! Didn't you guys disturb us last night? So we decided to go outside the city to hunt for some game. Look, what's this? When Ching Chumo heard this, he immediately jumped up. Not far behind him, he pointed at the things on the bus that a few workers were dragging. He was completely dumbfounded. What the F***ck? You guys went to hunt a tiger early in the morning? Chapter 235. Zhang Feng was about to go crazy. This was AF** King death sentence. Tigers. Tigers were strictly regulated in the Tang dynasty. Apart from the royal gardens, all tigers were forbidden from hunting. Zhang Feng had always wanted to drink tiger bone wine and eat tiger meat. He even wanted to get a tiger skin and hang it in the store to show off. But now that he saw this thing, he lost all interest. What the F***ck, Chentinu, your F***king stubborn. Let's go, F***king, drag him to the yamen with me. Let's get your father to plead for mercy. Maybe we can make it in time. Zhang Feng was anxious. But Li Qingxian and the others crossed their arms and looked at Zhang Feng, trying hard not to laugh. After a long while, the old scholar could not stand it anymore. He coughed and said, Fengzi, don't be so busy. Look at these young masters. Hearing that, Zhang Feng suddenly raised his head and looked at these rich second generations with a playful expression. Zhang Feng was so angry that he wanted to take off his shoes and beat them up. He was so worried just now. If something happened to them in his store, what would Lao Li and the others do? These were really the 4 rich second generations, the 4 stubborn ones. He finally understood why the old scholar didn't want him to get too close to these people. He would really die if he got too close to them. Brother Zhang Feng. Dugo smiled elegantly. He pointed at the tiger and said, this is your reward. Lord Zhangsun and Li Gan's father once talked about you. The Minister of Justice thought highly of you and said he wanted to give you a reward. But after thinking about it, he did not know what to give you. Finally, yesterday, Old Chen slapped his head. A hero deserves a sword, so this tiger is a reward from Lord Zhangsun. What was going on? Who gave gifts like this? Was the Tang dynasty so domineering? Giving a tiger directly? Zhang Feng had some doubts at first, but after hearing Du Go's explanation, Zhang Feng faintly thought about everything from the beginning to the end, and finally understood. It was impossible to find a tiger in the Qinling Mountains early in the morning. Only the tiger in the royal cemetery was possible. And if one wanted to hunt in the imperial mausoleum, who would dare to do so unless the emperor allowed it? Moreover, they even dared to pull it out on the streets so arrogantly, and no one from the government came to interrogate them? Zhang Feng couldn't think of a second possibility other than having a document in advance. Hunting in the Qinling Mountains? Hee. I'll give you 1 month. If you can find a tiger in the Qinling Mountains, forget about catching it, even if you can see it, it'll be my loss. This thing was not even in the Qinling Mountains, okay? As early as the era of Qin Shi Huang, this thing had been wiped out in the Qinling Mountains. If this thing really existed at this time, Zhang Feng would really think that the person who spoke was an idiot. At this time, more and more people gathered on the streets. Zhuzi and Guzi even secretly ran over to pluck the fur on the tiger's back. In the end, people from the government came to urge everyone to quickly deal with this thing. Zhang Feng could only brace himself and bring this thing to the small tavern under the envious eyes of the neighbors. People were afraid of being famous, and pigs were afraid of being fat. Now that he had brought the tiger to the small tavern, he had to think of a way to hide this matter. Otherwise, he would be targeted by the Turks sooner or later. After all, the Turk spy next to him had just been eradicated. Don't worry. Li Qingxian patted Zhang Feng's worried face and said, my father has already taken care of this matter. Moreover, it was given as a reward by the empress to comfort the frightened people. It was the prey that the emperor hunted. Hearing this, Zhang Feng heaved a deep sigh of relief. Old Li, you're so thoughtful. Let's go. Brother, let's eat tiger meat today. Zhang Feng didn't say anything else. He pulled Li Qingxian towards the tavern with his head lowered. However, as if he had thought of something, Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Old Xiaocai, come to the tavern next time. I'll keep the tiger's penis for you." Ha ha ha. Yo! Old Xiaocai. Tiger's penis. Why don't you hurry up and thank Zhang Feng? Ha ha ha. Amidst the laughter of the neighbors, the old Xiaocai's face turned red. Once they entered the small tavern, a few people who looked like servants dragged the tiger to the backyard and personally dissected it. Zhang Feng was also happy to be free. The few of them sat at the table and Zhang Feng asked gloomily, "This is the surprise you gave me?" "Yes." Wei Shuyu shrugged and said, "This morning, Du Dabing yelled at us and said that we gave you a rubbing last night but you didn't want it. So we were wondering if we should give you something new." In the end, Chen Tiniu slapped his head and remembered that the mountain kings all had this in their homes. "So, before the sun rose, we went out to tinker with this thing." Hearing this, Zhang Feng exploded. He stared at Li Qingxian and said, "So, you guys went to the imperial forest to poach?" Li Qingxian shrugged speechlessly. "Don't worry about this, my father will take care of it and you can eat to your heart's content. Do you think it's so easy to enter the imperial hunting ground? If we can enter, it means that the emperor already knew about it. So, you see, no one has come to ask, which means that the emperor already knows about it." Chapter 236. The tiger skin, the bloody tiger skin, was stretched taut on the wall of the backyard. Wei Shuyu demonstrated her swordsmanship, slicing a piece of tiger meat into thin, sparkling and translucent slices with each slash of her sword. Zhang Feng closed the pub and set up a charcoal fire under the crooked tree in the backyard, preparing to barbecue. Du Dabing and Li Gan stared unblinkingly at Zhang Feng's seasoning jar. Zhang Feng even tricked Cheng Chumo into swallowing a piece of tiger meat with salt and pepper. Xiao Bing was still lying beside the well, hugging the bucket and refusing to let go. After a while, the sizzling tiger meat on a stone slab the size of a millstone was all in their stomachs. They did not drink alcohol today. No matter how Zhang Feng urged them, they did not dare to drink. Wine was a good thing, but it was also deadly. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they simply took off their clothes and lay down in a cool place to digest the food. At this moment, Zhang Feng also felt incomparably relaxed. This was the life he needed. Although it was a little scary, at the very least, these guys were very energetic. However, these guys had to be nurtured. There were a few times when Lao Li and the others found all kinds of reasons to send them here. Now, he finally knew how much of a headache Lao Li and the others had caused. Perhaps it was the fault of the father for not teaching the child well. However, Zhang Feng also knew that Lao Li and the others only knew how to hit people and throw money at people. Did they know how to educate their children? If they knew how to educate their children, then, how did they become the notorious bullies of Chang'an? Even the old elementary scholars were afraid of them. It was time to rectify the family's culture for Lao Li and the others. Du Dabing was a talent, but he was too King scary. He was a top student. It was best to encourage him to go to the Imperial College and then to the Ministry of Justice. Then, he could ask Du Dabing to get in touch with Lord Zhongsun. This was also something that could be done in a matter of minutes. As for Li Gan, Zhang Feng still did not know what he was capable of. However, it seemed that the people here were very afraid of this elegant, smiling guy. As for the remaining three guys, the ideal place was to go to the military camp. This was a ferocious general born for the army. With a little bit of training, he would definitely be an existence comparable to Cheng Yaojin. At the very least, when dealing with the Turkic Khaganate in the future, he might be able to make use of them. At the thought of this, Zhang Feng asked, "Brothers, let me ask you, what are your dreams? In other words, is there anything you want to do the most?" "Yes." When Cheng Chumo heard this, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. Brothers, I'll say it first. Don't steal it. Zhang Feng gestured for him to continue. Cheng Chumo then said, I'm the second of the 3 brothers in my family. You all know that the head of the family and the affairs of the family are basically passed down to the eldest, which is my eldest brother. Therefore, Lao Tzu does not have any dreams in his life. Lao Tzu does not know how to do business, and he doesn't know many people. He just wants to make a living in Chang'an City. It would be best if he could have a bunch of wives and concubines. Zhang Feng kept staring at Cheng Chumo's eyes. The eyes were the window to a person's soul. No matter how strong a person was, when faced with such a problem, even if he said the same thing, one would still be able to see what one needed the most from his eyes. At this moment, Zhang Feng saw indignation. Yes. Cheng Chumo was indignant. As the son of a duke, he was under too much pressure. He wanted to surpass his father, but his father told him that his achievements overshadowed his master's. Therefore, from then on, he began to give up on himself. He liked to play with swords and sticks, but until now, he had only managed to get to the position of a lieutenant. Moreover, he was a dispensable idle person in Chang'an City. He was indignant, but what else could he do? This was the family of an emperor. Do you want to join the martial arts? Zhang Feng's sudden voice stunned Cheng Chumo, Wei Shuyu, and Zhang Sunchong. However, everyone's eyes glanced at Li Chengqian, intentionally or otherwise, and finally fell silent. Yes. How could he not? But now, he also wanted to go. However, Lao Tzu did not want him to go. What else could he do? Zhang Feng understood Cheng Chumo's heart. Because, just a moment ago. In that instant, he saw a flash of passion in Cheng Chumo, Zhang Sunchong, and Wei Shuyu's eyes. However, this flash of passion quickly disappeared without a trace. Zhang Feng seemed to understand something. He could not help but sigh in his heart. What kind of era was this? Everything is based on seniority. However, Zhang Feng could not help but have a strange look in his eyes. Previously, your father wanted you to come to me, as if he wanted me to teach you something. However, I refused because I felt that you were a burden. I don't know if you came to me in private or if your father asked you to come. Since I, Zhang Feng, am your father's friend, and your father did not say anything when you did not return last night, it means that your father recognizes me. So, do you want to become stronger? Do you want to soar? Do you want to spread your wings and soar in your favorite place? Do you want to break free from your shackles, get rid of your stubborn reputation, and be yourself for once? Chapter 237. Yes. Almost at the moment when Zhang Feng finished his words, everyone jumped up excitedly. Didn't they want to surpass their father? Surpass their glory? Alas, their brilliance was too strong. They wanted to soar, but their wings were tied down by their fathers. And they used a way to numb themselves to not think about this matter. They wanted to use this silent protest to change their father's mind. However, they had tried and it was useless, even though Cheng Chumo almost turned Chang'an City upside down and even dragged all the ministers' sons into the water, they became stubborn members. However, their father still berated them for being unfilial sons. They were prodigals. Who could understand what they wanted to do the most? No one. It could even be said that their father knew, but he did not allow it. Why? There were only 4 words. High merit intimidated the emperor. If their family wanted to pass on safely and live well under the emperor's nose, then high merit intimidated the emperor was a taboo. Therefore, Cheng Yaojin would play dumb. Therefore, Wei Zheng and the group would rather have nothing than be tainted by other things. It was not that they did not have the means to make money, but they wanted to think for their descendants and their family. The emperor's power was unpredictable. This was the imperial court. This was their fate. Brother Zhang Feng, do you have any ideas? Zhang Sun also put away his cynicism and looked at Zhang Feng sincerely. Even Du Go looked at Zhang Feng with a burning gaze. As for Li Chengqian, he lowered his head silently. Zhang Feng looked around at everyone. I know what all of you are thinking. I know what all of you want to do, but I also know what your father is worried about. Your father is doing something big right now. And it is a very big thing. What is it? Cheng Chumo asked with reddened eyes. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Do you think it will be small when it is done for the emperor? Everyone was stunned. Could it be that this guy knew his father's identity? But, why didn't anyone tell them? The crowd could not help but look suspiciously at Du Go. Seeing this, Du Go hastily shook his head. But nobody seemed to believe him. Du Go was anxious and asked, Zhang Xiong, you said that our father is working for His Majesty? How come we didn't know about it? And such a big thing, how did you know about it? Can you tell us? Hearing this, everyone's eyes gathered on Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng smacked his lips and said, Actually, this whole thing started with the eggs. You guys should still remember that, right? Since then, they have been working for His Majesty, and I hope that you will all keep your mouths shut. If you dare to speak nonsense about this matter, even Heavenly King Lao Tzu won't be able to save you. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They thought that Zhang Feng knew their father's true identity, but now it seemed that he still didn't know. Although their father did not tell them much about what happened after that, they more or less knew. After all, they were living under the same roof, so how could they not know? Zhang Feng saw this and said again, I know that Lao Li and the rest will definitely not let you guys get involved in this, so guess what you are worried about, right? You are wrong. Your father is doing this to protect your lives. The fewer people involved in this matter, the better. So I can understand why you guys are acting this way. But today, I want to talk about something else. This matter will definitely not affect them, and it will also allow you to be in the right position and do the right thing. What is it? Just say it. That's right, brother, you are so wishy-washy, are you a man? Just say it, do you want us to take over the mountain and become kings, or do you want us to do something else, just say it. Cheng Chumo was so anxious that he was going crazy. Hee hee. Zhang Feng laughed mischievously, infuriating everyone. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, Think about it, what should a man, a hot-blooded man, do? Protect the country. To die on the battlefield. Cheng Chumo and Wei Shuyu said in unison. But the next moment, everyone was stunned. Did he mean to let them enter the camp? Yes. Zhang Feng got up, put his hands behind his back, and raised his head to the sky, letting the wind blow his long hair, which danced wildly in the wind. He shouted loudly, drunk, looking at the sword under the lamp, dreaming of blowing the horn and joining the camp. 800 miles of the army under the scorching heat, 50 bowstrings turning over the Great Wall, soldiers gathering on the battlefield in autumn. The horse is fast, the bow is like a thunderbolt, the string is frightening. But the king of the world, winning the reputation of life and death, poor things happened in vain. The bright moon of the Qin and Han dynasties, the long march of thousands of miles did not return, but the general of Longqing flew, not allowing the horse to pass the Yin mountain. The two poems came out. Everyone was shocked. What was this? Wasn't this the kind of heroism that men pursued? Everyone read some books, and among them, Li Chengqian and Du Go were even more outstanding. At this time, every line of Zhang Feng's poem was like a stretch of saber light and sword shadow, making them intoxicated. No one knew how long had passed. Cheng Chumo and the others trembled all over, and even the corners of their eyes were full of tears. Not allowing the horse to pass the Yin mountain. Drunk, looking at the sword under the lamp. This is what a man should be like. This is where I should go. Chapter 238. Even. Among them, Du Go's perception was deeper. Because last night, he learned another meaning from Zhang Feng's mouth. It was a kind of artistic conception that could not be felt in books. He had been pondering about it before, and even followed them to hunt the tiger today. However, he was looking for the feeling that Zhang Feng mentioned. But, unfortunately, until now, he still could not understand the artistic conception that Zhang Feng mentioned. However, at this moment, in Zhang Feng's 2 poems, his feelings were the deepest. In these 2 poems, the heroic, free and easy soldier deeply attracted him. He knew that Zhang Feng had definitely not been to these places. However, he still saw the hazy battlefield from Zhang Feng's poem. The smell of blood, the roar of swords clashing, the sound of war horses neighing, the blood and fire, laughing wildly to the sky, drinking and talking merrily. Du Go yearned for all of this. Is this the soul of the poem? Brother Zhang? In the end, Du Go was the first to wake up. And when he spoke, Li Qingxian also woke up from the shock and looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng shook his head. Everyone has a path that suits them. For example, some people are naturally suited for one thing, obsessed for one thing, and crazy for one thing. Just like how you are obsessed with your words, he is not suitable for the battlefield. But what he wrote was a battlefield. He can use the pen in his hand to let the enemy see the majesty of the Tang dynasty. But this is not limited to the imperial court. It is beyond the imperial court. Do you understand? Du Go was stunned. He fell into a complete silence. Zhang Feng knew that he needed time to digest. He would need at least a day to walk out of his thoughts. At that time, he would no longer be himself. Everything he had learned before would be sublimated. Zhang Feng did not know if old Du would say anything if he did this. His words had changed a lunatic who was obsessed with literature. He himself did not know whether it was right or wrong, but this was what he had to do. Since Lao Li and the others had thrown this mess to him. As for the rest of the matter, let them have a headache by themselves. Zhang Feng glanced at the pensive Li Qingxian and asked indifferently, "Have you comprehended it?" "No." Li Qingxian shook his head indifferently. He was very confused. His identity as the crown prince had determined his fate. He could not be like Cheng Chumo and the others, who were unrestrained and unrestrained. Even more so, he couldn't be angry over a beauty, and he couldn't have a trip that he could just leave as he wished. In Chang'an City, he could occasionally go crazy, and his father might turn a blind eye to it. However, a shackle had firmly imprisoned him since he was born. What could he think? I know you. You are a natural-born leader and strategist. You are different from them. Zhang Feng looked at Li Qingxian indifferently and said. You give me a very strange feeling. It's like I'm looking at old Li. You're all born to play with power. I don't know if it's because of your business connections, but old Chen doesn't need to say anything. He's born to be unsuitable for business. However, old Sun is a profiteer. He is suitable for negotiating with foreign countries and catering to the imperial court. Old Du and old Fong are not necessary. Old Fong is your butler and accountant. Old Du is not suitable for business. He is a natural-born lobbyist to deal with the people. As for old Wei, he is most suitable for managing money and monitoring. These people are not suitable for business because their strengths and weaknesses are very clear. However, I can't see through you and your father. It's not that I want to see any secrets between you. How can there be no secrets between friends? However, I found one thing. That is, you and your father are natural-born businessmen. You are the kind of people who are above old Sun and old Wei. Tell me, am I right? Li Qingxian was shocked. You know how to read faces? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. As long as you are not a fool, you can see it. Why do you need to read faces? Do you really think I am a god? Just tell me if it's true or not. Li Qingxian could not help but be even more shocked. He gave a thumbs up. What an expert. This was simply an expert. To be able to see this from the words and actions of the people and their expressions, it was simply. This was incredible. It seemed that he had to be more careful in the future. It was not surprising that he could see something from his father, but how could Li Qingqian not be shocked that he could see it from him? He had already become friends with Chen Chumo and the others. Basically, no one on the streets would associate him with the crown prince. However, Zhang Feng could. How could Li Qingqian not be shocked? Right, brother Zhang Feng, I have a question to ask you. Please speak. Zhang Feng was laughing in his heart. To be able to fool this group of people, it was simply, what he was most afraid of was Du Dabing's mouth and Chen Hania's slaps. He was simply going crazy. When he was agitated, he would give you a slap. Occasionally, he would even give you a slap. The key was that this slap was like a hammer hitting his body. Zhang Feng had to think of a way to get rid of this group of simple-minded people. As for people with such great strength, what was the most suitable for them? The military camp. As for Du Dabing and Li Qingqian, what was the most suitable for them? Chapter 239. Li Qingqian thought for a long time. Combining the two poems that Zhang Feng recited and the words that he said to Du Go, he could faintly feel that Zhang Feng was standing from the perspective of a businessman. He wanted them to break away from being good merchants and advance in their career. Chen Chumo and the others were strong, so they were undoubtedly the best place to return to the military camp. However, would Emperor Father agree? Would Uncle Cheng and the others agree? He didn't know. Li Qingqian asked, "You want them to go to the military camp, but what about Du Dabing and me? Where do you think the two of us are suitable?" "The two of you. I think the most suitable place is the Ministry of Justice." "Oh?" Zhang Feng said confidently, "The Ministry of Justice. Right now, your father and Zhangsun Wuji have already formed an inseparable bond. Take this cooperative for example. Even if Zhangsun Wuji wants to break away from your father, he won't be able to do so." Li Qingqian frowned and asked, "Why? Isn't it simple? Binding benefits. The instigator of this matter is your father, and your father has already carried it out. Other than the government, who is the first to implement this, which means that the emperor has tacitly approved of it. Do you think that the emperor will hand this matter over to others?" Li Qingqian thought for a moment before shaking his head. "Isn't that enough? The emperor wants to seize control of the economy, so he will definitely need merchants, and your father is the best candidate. At this time, your crisis has also appeared. The more you walk down this path, the more dangerous it will become. If you don't make use of this opportunity to change your identities, it would be best if one of you can enter the Ministry of Justice while the emperor is in a good mood. I have observed you for a while now. You are the best candidate. Du Dabing is too stubborn, so he needs someone to restrain him, and you are the key. Thus, I think that you are the best candidate. However, I suggest that you start with the Ministry of Justice, which means that you will be exiled from the army. This way, the emperor won't be able to see your motives. This way, after the war with the Turks, you will be a meritorious official. Returning to the imperial court as a meritorious official and being conferred a title of nobility will be a matter of minutes. How about it? How do you choose?" Li Qingqian was shocked. If his family was really a merchant, then this would be a brilliant plan. Unfortunately, they were the royal family. Royal family, was there a need to do this? No need. Then why is Zhang Feng in such a hurry for me to clear my identity? Furthermore, he had to protect himself. Could it be that something big was about to happen? Brother Zhang Feng, why does it sound like something big is about to happen? Yes. Zhang Feng's voice was grave. Originally, I wanted to say it the night before, but I got drunk. It's not your father's fault. They were just happy. However, you must go back and tell your father and the others about this matter. Tell them to be vigilant. When Li Qingqian saw Zhang Feng like this, he could not help but become somewhat nervous. He hurriedly asked, "Brother, tell me. Do you know about the Guanlong group?" Buzz. Li Qingxian's expression suddenly changed. And it was a huge change. Guanlong. That was a taboo word for everyone in the Tang dynasty. It was a name that even the royal family was very afraid of. What's wrong with the Guanlong group? Are they going to, show? Zhang Feng hurriedly kept quiet. Then he put his arm around Li Qingxian's neck and said, "Keep your voice down. Do you want to die? Do you know the night before? The night your father went back, the Tujue's nest next door was destroyed by the imperial court. Maybe there are people from the imperial court lying in ambush around now. Don't be loud." Li Qingxian hurriedly nodded. Although he knew. "I'm telling you, this is inevitable. The Guanlong group has been controlling the economic lifeline of the Tang dynasty for years. It's impossible to get rid of their control. But now the emperor wants to get rid of their shackles and reorganize the economy of the Tang dynasty. Then, there will be a conflict of interest with the Guanlong group. So, this is inevitable." Li Qingxian was shocked. The Guanlong group. That was a terrifying existence that had destroyed the previous dynasty, and the Li clan had only been able to rise to power because of the Guanlong group's support. That was how they had established the great Tang dynasty. Imperial Father's greatest wish was to crush the Guanlong group, but now, you're saying that the cooperative has affected their interests? Yes. This is inevitable. I suspect that the emperor must have made arrangements. I just want to ask if your father knows about this. If he doesn't, it'll be difficult. My father doesn't know. Ha. Then it'll be difficult. Zhang Feng slapped his forehead. He felt a headache coming. Now, go back immediately and tell your father about this, so that you don't get caught in the crossfire. Also, you bastards, get the hell out of here. Otherwise, your families will definitely perish. The size of the Guanlong group is beyond your imagination. Even the emperor doesn't dare to touch it easily. Now that he has, there will be turmoil in the Tang dynasty. Chapter 240. Li Qingxian was aghast. Isn't this too terrifying? At this moment, he finally understood why Zhang Feng wanted to find a way out for them. Turns out he already knew that something was going to happen, and it was going to be a big deal. This, Guanlong group. This terrifying name, is he going to make a move? Li Qingxian was somewhat alarmed. This name, Zhang Feng didn't explain clearly. Not only can he influence the rise and fall of a dynasty, but he also has the 5 surnames and 7 hopes behind him. This was the most fatal point. If his family was really a businessman, then he would definitely turn around and run, immediately returning home, even if it meant moving his family. They couldn't bear the anger of Guanlong group. Moreover, they were the instigator of this matter. Wait a minute. Li Qingxian seemed to have thought of something, hurriedly asked, "Brother Zhang Feng, this matter was started by you. If the imperial family and Guanlong group were to fight, then wouldn't you be in the most danger?" However, Zhang Feng smiled instead. "If you hear that your subordinates are going to rebel, but your subordinate, would you care about his relationship with a tavern manager? And a 20-year-old sloppy shopkeeper at that? This is where I am safe. They still look down on me. To put it bluntly, their target is the emperor, and the instigator of this matter, which is your family. But I am the safest existence, you don't have to worry about my safety. However, I'm only guessing about this matter. As for whether the Guanlong group has reached an agreement with the emperor, it's still unknown. The best way is for all of your juniors to retreat to Longyu Road immediately. In this way, even if the situation really explodes to an incalculable extent, you won't lose much." Zhang Feng didn't dare to speak too confidently. If the emperor had reached an agreement with Guanlong group, then their actions would be useless, but if they didn't reach an agreement, then who knows what would happen next. If the matter was too serious, Lao Li and the rest would be frightened, and if they angered Li Shimin, then they would die even faster. However, these words were not the case in Li Qingqian's ears. It would be better if Zhang Feng didn't say anything comforting at the end, but now that he said it, the trouble was really big. Li Qingqian asked with some worry, "Then what do you think, if the emperor is not prepared for this matter, or if the emperor doesn't know about Guanlong Group's conspiracy, then what should we do?" What should we do? Zhang Feng really didn't know. But after thinking, he finally said, "Well, if the emperor is not prepared, if this matter happens, then we have to divert everyone's attention." How? Hey! I say, why is everyone in your family so strange? Even the emperor isn't anxious? The emperor doesn't know how to be anxious. The eunuch is the eunuch? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. Seeing that Li Qingqian was so anxious that he was sweating profusely, he scratched his head and said, "Right now, the best way is to create a war at the border." How do you make it? Li Qingqian was anxious. The Guanlong Group's influence was very wide. If they didn't make any preparations now, then the consequences would be all over. Let me put it this way. If you were the emperor, then if you encountered this matter, would you divert the attention of this war? Li Qingqian didn't understand Zhang Feng's meaning and hurriedly asked, "Brother Zhang, do you mean to artificially create a war? Or are the Turks about to start a war?" Li Qingqian couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure it out at all. He didn't know what this war meant, but since Zhang Feng could predict the conspiracy between the Turks and Tubo, then what would it be this time? "I heard from my father that you said before that whoever starts a war first will lose this game, right? And now Tubo and Tuyuhun of the Turks are vaguely showing signs of alliance. If we rashly start a war now, then this fuse will explode, won't it?" "It won't." Zhang Feng waved his hands dismissively. "As for this matter, I said that the emperor isn't anxious, but the eunuch is. Why don't you think about it? Since even you know about it, how can the officials in the royal court not think of it? Do you think that those officials in the royal court are incompetent? What I mean is that if I were that person, I would arrange a military deployment. The lifeline of the Guanlong Group is concentrated in Longyu, Longxi, and other places. Even the Silk Road is an important economic region for them. Then, if we were to send a few important figures there in a high-profile manner, such as the Crown Prince, to patrol the world, he would think twice. And because of this matter, the attention of the Turks will also be drawn and their operations will be paused. Although it won't be to the extent of starting a war, the tense atmosphere will be the breakthrough to deal with the Guanlong Group. If he dares to make a move, he should first consider whether the economic lifeline he has established there will be lost because of this." Zhang Feng smiled confidently. Pointing to the dazed group, he looked at Li Qingqian and said, "This is the so-called besieging way to save Zhao. This is also the reason why I have you all join the army. It won't be a real war, and it will serve as a deterrent. You all will be able to advance smoothly through this matter. I believe that the officials in the royal court won't let go of this opportunity, right? How about it? Do you want to be promoted?" Chapter 241. Li Qingqian fell silent. This matter was too important. Putting everything else aside, if the crisis of the Guanlong Group was really resolved according to Zhang Feng's words, it would indeed be effective. However, he still did not know the deeper meaning behind it. But what if this operation, for example, was to let people know that the Crown Prince had personally come to the drill ground at the Longyu border? What kind of effect would that have? Presumably, the Turks would be the first to not let him off. Then, let's talk about a double-edged sword. Once the Turks could not help but assassinate him, then an all-out war would be triggered. Although it was good to attack Wei to rescue Zhao, the prerequisite was that Guanlong and the Turks would have some misgivings. And what would their misgivings be? Li Qingqian could not figure it out. At this moment, one after another, Cheng Chumo and the others woke up from the poem and the mood that Zhang Feng had described. Seeing that Li Qingqian had also sunk into deep thought, they could not help but be shocked. Could it be that Zhang Feng was really a god? 2 poems were enough to make everyone look like this? Originally, he had thought that only the fist and Du Dabing's mouth were the most powerful knives. But now, Cheng Chumo suddenly felt that Zhang Feng's mouth was the real sharp weapon. If this was placed on a battlefield with thousands of soldiers and horses, then wouldn't it mean that as long as he sat there and shouted 2 poems, the enemy would disarm? Damn it, at this moment, Zhang Feng finally heaved a sigh of relief. He was a person who threw a brick to attract jade. He wanted these people to find their own path and not blindly follow the crowd. What only the imperial court was suitable to serve the country. That was all bullshit and all talk. If everyone in the world was like that, then who the hell would be guarding the border? And now, after drinking with Lao Li and the others 2 nights ago, and after hearing that the Turk spy had been caught, until today, there were no other rumors or any movement from the Turks. Zhang Feng could not help but feel that something was wrong. What exactly was wrong? Zhang Feng didn't know. However, he could faintly sense that there was a pair of enormous hands that surpassed the Tubo Turks. Perhaps the controller was overlooking everything in Chang'an. This feeling made Zhang Feng very unhappy. Therefore, when Yu Du Go and the others were chatting, Zhang Feng could faintly guess that it was the Guanlong group. At this time, the 5 surnames and 7 hopes would not make a move. However, this Guanlong group was an alliance established in the Guanlong region by the 5 surnames and 7 hopes to handle the economy. That was why it was commonly known as the Guanlong group. The Guanlong group was bound to be paying attention to every move in Chang'an. Although Li Shimin had spread the matter of the cooperative to various states, the source was still in Chang'an, in Li Shimin. This was the most important thing. He didn't know what Li Shimin was thinking, but he, Zhang Feng, had to think of everything that he could think of before Li Shimin. He had to screen out the most correct way to deal with it. And finally, from the moment when he instigated Chen Tiniu and the others to enlist in the army, Zhang Feng finally thought of the best solution. That was the garrison troops that Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing had deployed in Yuzhou and Longyu Road. Only when the garrison troops moved, or when a heavyweight in the imperial court suddenly went to the garrison in Longyu, would everyone's guess shift to the garrison in Longyu. Thus, Chang'an would have a chance to breathe. Otherwise, not to mention Li Shimin, as long as the Guanlong group made a move, then in minutes, everyone in Chang'an city would be finished. Right now, all the arrangements had become a wedding dress for the Guanlong group. In the end, when Zhang Feng was immersed in organizing all of this, Li Qingqian and the others quietly left. They had to leave. This matter was too big. On the one hand, Zhang Feng had succeeded in activating the enthusiasm of Du Go and the others to join the army. On the other hand, they also learned from Li Qingqian that they didn't want to hear the 2 words Guanlong. How could they possibly sit still and do nothing? Seeing Zhang Feng in a daze, they hurriedly got up and left. A moment later, everyone followed the gloomy Li Qingqian into the imperial study. After seeing Li Shimin, everyone hurriedly knelt down. Son greets father. Son greets the emperor. Rise. Li Shimin put down the booklet in his hand, rubbed his forehead, and asked, "How was it? What did you get from the tavern?" "Father, son wants to go to the military camp with anywhere Mo and Zhangsun to gain experience," Li Qingqian said. Hearing this, Li Shimin was stunned. "Why do you suddenly want to go to the military camp to gain experience? Tell me, did brother Zhang Feng give you some bewitching potion?" Li Shimin's interest was piqued. He simply stopped thinking about the matter at hand and looked at them curiously. In his memory, these people, except for Du Go, were all well-known bullies in Chang'an city. If not for the fact that they didn't do anything bad, Li Shimin would have already questioned them. But this group of rascals actually wanted to go to the military camp? Li Shimin couldn't help but be interested. "Father. Yesterday, when we left the palace, we wanted to experience Zhang Feng's spirit, but we were convinced by his 2 poems. "Oh? What kind of poems are they?" They actually made you want to go to the military camp? Hearing this, Li Qingxian tilted his head and nudged Du Go with his elbow. Du Go then reacted and imitated Zhang Feng's tone, saying, drunk, looking at swords under the light, dreaming of blowing the horn in the camp. 800 miles of troops under the scorching heat, 50 miles of sound beyond the Great Wall, soldiers on the battlefield in autumn. The bright moon of the Qin and Han dynasties, the long march of thousands of miles did not return, but the flying generals of Longqing did not teach the horses to cross the Yin Mountains. Chapter 242. At the moment Du Go opened his mouth, Li Shimin was shocked. Xiao Gizi hurriedly threw a brand new piece of paper in front of Li Shimin. Li Shimin followed Du Go's intonation and began to write. But Long Chengfei is here, I won't teach Huma to cross Yin Mountain. Good poem. Good poem. Li Shimin looked at the poem in his hand. Every stroke, coupled with Du Go's somewhat tender voice, had a different flavor. Li Shimin felt as if he was seeing the battle at Helan Mountain. This is the poem that Brother Zhang Feng gave you? Li Shimin seemed to understand Zhang Feng's meaning. Seeing everyone nod, he waved his hand and said, pass down the order. Let Wei Zheng, Du Ruhui, and Cheng Yaojin enter the palace quickly. Yes. Xiao Gizi hurriedly left. Li Shimin waved his hand and dismissed everyone. Then he said, Cheng Qian, did Brother Zhang Feng say anything else? Or did he say that the Turks are about to make a move? He did not believe that Zhang Feng would say something like this for no reason. Since he had persuaded everyone to join the army and made such a poem, something big must have happened. What could it be? Li Shimin frowned and fell into deep thought. Now, Chang'an city was thriving. Large quantities of trade goods poured into Chang'an from all over the world like floodwaters. What was this? This made Li Shimin see a glimmer of prosperity. At this moment, Li Qingxian waited for the palace maids, eunuchs, and guards outside the door to leave. Then he immediately had Zhang Sun, Wei Shuyu, and Cheng Chumo guard the door. At the door, he said, Father, I heard 2 words from Brother Zhang Feng. Guanlong? Guanlong. They spoke almost in unison. Li Shimin and Li Qingxian both said the same word. Hearing this, Li Shimin was shocked. This is impossible. Now, everything in Chang'an city, as well as Liangzhou and Luozhou, was thriving. How could there be any bad signs? Did Brother Zhang Feng say that after drinking? Li Shimin had some doubts. However, Li Qingxian shook his head and said, Imperial Father, Brother Zhang Feng said that he wanted to tell you about this the night you were drinking, but you were all drunk in the end. He said that Imperial Father wants to seize the economy, which will inevitably cause the dissatisfaction of the Guanlong group. Therefore, he proposed to divert the attention of the Guanlong group. Only in this way will I have a chance to deal with it. Hearing this, Li Shimin's expression turned serious again. With Guanlong group's ability, they could find out about this matter in minutes. However, until now, he had not received any information from the Guanlong Corporation. Could it be that the Guanlong Corporation was also observing? Impossible. This was not the Guanlong Corporation's way of doing things. If the Guanlong Corporation wanted to cause trouble, all they needed to do was to cut off all the trade routes to Chang'an. But now, looking at the reports on Chang'an's abundance of goods on the desk, as well as the piles of goods, from the warehouses in the imperial city to where all the merchants stocked up, there were even many large items that were stockpiled on the streets of Chang'an city. How could this be a sign that the Guanlong Corporation wanted to cut off the trade routes? And Zhang Feng would definitely not speak without thinking. Tell me everything that happened in the past 2 days. Do go, tell me what you think about this. Li Shimin waved his hand, indicating for the 2 to sit down, then returned to the dragon chair and picked up the teacup. He wanted to drink a mouthful of water to moisten his dry throat, but the hand holding the teacup could not stop trembling. Replying to your majesty, this matter is like this. Du Go and Li Qingxian told Li Shimin in detail everything that happened in the small tavern. At this time, Li Shimin finally understood why Zhang Feng strongly recommended Li Qingqian and the others to go to the border. If they were merchants, then this was really a good opportunity to soar into the sky. Li Shimin could not help but feel a trace of guilt. Until now, brother Zhang Feng had been thinking for him, but what about him? Although he was not a real merchant, wasn't the entire Tang dynasty run by him? If that was the case, he could also be considered a merchant. But this matter, Li Shimin thought about it carefully, and indeed found a trace of strangeness. That was, the goods of these merchants were basically transported in, and very few of them were transported out. Could this be, something was not right? Only entering and not exiting. Once the Guanlong group started to suppress Chang'an, then these hoarded goods would be Li Shimin's life. At this time, if there was a trace of bad news, then the first to panic would definitely be the merchants, and then it would cause panic among the people. Only now did Li Qingqian and Du Go finish recording everything that they had seen and heard. Including the words that Zhang Feng and old Xiaocai had said, Li Qingqian spoke clearly. Then, Li Qingqian said, "Father, I think it's better for me to go to Longyu. This matter has not really exploded, which means that the Guanlong group is deploying even greater suppression. If we don't take precautions first, then we will definitely suffer heavy losses. Father's plan to seize economic power will also die in the womb. On the contrary, it will help the Guanlong group." So, Li Qingqian excitedly knelt down and said, "Father, I request to go to Longyu's border. With the Crown Prince's name of patrolling on behalf of the heavens, this will undoubtedly attract the attention of all forces, and Chang'an's crisis will be relieved. As long as Chang'an's crisis can be resolved, then it won't be so easy for the Guanlong group to plot again." "No. Your Highness, you can't do this." At this time, Wei Zheng's voice could be heard from the outside. Following Wei Zheng were Du Ruhui, Fang Xianling, Zhangsun Wuji, and Cheng Yaojin. Even Yu Qigong and other generals came together. Chapter 243. While they were talking, Du Ruhui presented a booklet with both hands. "Your Majesty, something happened in Chang'an." Hearing that, Li Shimin's expression suddenly changed. "What?" He hurriedly took the booklet from Du Ruhui's hand and waved his hand. Du Go was also driven out. Du Ruhui didn't care at all. "Your Majesty, when we came here just now, we felt that Chang'an was very strange these 2 days. As for what was strange, I couldn't tell. In the past 3 days, the silver in all the prefectures of the Tang dynasty was basically used up. Almost all the merchants only borrowed and didn't save. The money they saved was not as much as the money they lent. And all the goods in all the prefectures were piled up like mountains. It was too strange. So when we thought about it, we faintly felt that something was wrong. Just now at the door, I happened to hear the conversation between the Crown Prince and Du Go. So I thought, could it be that the suppression of the Guanlong group has begun?" Li Shimin's expression could not help but abruptly change. Finally, he understood what was wrong in Chang'an city. It seemed to be thriving, but the goods from Zhenla and other countries were basically in the city. Few people transported the goods out. This was absolutely impossible. Which merchant, after getting the goods, didn't sell them all over the world? But now when he thought of Guanlong, Li Shimin's forehead couldn't help but be covered with a fine layer of cold sweat. At this time, Yu Qigong cupped his fists and the armor all over his body clanked. "Your Majesty, I'm going back to Chang'an to report the military situation. But on the way, I also found something wrong. Even the shadow of the Guanlong group, which I rarely saw before, appeared among these people. I think, is the seemingly prosperous business in Chang'an city an illusion created by the Guanlong group? Then, why do you think he did this?" Li Shimin waved his hand and asked. Yu Qigong thought for a while and said with a dignified face, "I'm not good at the business skills, but I know military books. There is a saying in military books that if you want to break the morale of the army, you must first destroy its foundation. In other words, rations and fodder. But now, this old official combined with the abnormal situation in Chang, and this old official feels that this could be deliberately created by the Guanlong group in order to make the emperor consume a huge amount of financial resources in a short period of time, and then carry out. As he spoke, Yuchi Gong made a clenching motion with his hand. This scene caused Li Shimon's eyelids to twitch violently. At this moment, Du Ruhui added, even at this moment, the crown prince is patrolling the area in the name of the emperor. Even though he can suppress the Tufan and the Turks, and even intimidate them, this doesn't affect the Guanlong group in the slightest. Perhaps, Guanlong might even think that this is a signal for the emperor to declare war. Therefore, I think that it's not the right time yet. We can't act rashly. If the Guanlong group really wants to suppress us, we have to wait until there is some progress in this matter. Now, we must not act rashly. If we act, it means that we have taken the initiative to launch a counterattack. This will only make the Guanlong group crazily suppress us. They might even join forces with the Tubo and the other countries. Li Shimon was a little shocked. Prime Minister Wei, what do you think about this matter? The current situation was too strange. Even if he thought of it, he couldn't move. This kind of discomfort was like punching cotton. This made Li Shimon feel a little depressed. Resist, no. Not resist, no. What could he do now? Now that he did not even know what the other party was doing, what could he do? Oh right. Zhang Sun Wuji, immediately send out all the people from the Ministry of Justice. They must investigate the situation in Chang, and by tomorrow morning. I want to see if the recent abnormalities in Chang and are really caused by the Guanlong group's suppression. Yuchi Gong. Immediately have your personal guards return to the barracks with my rewards. On the way back, make sure to check them carefully. This official obeys. The two of them hurriedly left. Li Qingqian was still standing there. Father, I think that the right way to solve this crisis is to go to the Longxi military camp immediately. Moreover, Brother Zhang Feng also said that only that place is the key to resolving this crisis. No. Li Shimon waved his sleeve. Cheng Yaojin. Yes, Your Majesty. I remember that the various regions have been recruiting more than a month ago, right? Cheng Yaojin bowed and said, Your Majesty, there are only about 30,000 new recruits in the vicinity of Chang and city this year. They are currently undergoing urgent training in the military camp outside Chang and city. Immediately take these tens of thousands of people to Longxi with my orders and create a war for me. When Cheng Yaojin heard this, how could he not know what the emperor meant? His eyes flashed and he excitedly clasped his fist. That's great. I haven't fought for a long time. Li Shimon's face darkened. Use your brains before you go to war. Think about how to get the locust eggs out of Longyu. Cheng Yaojin slapped his head and said excitedly, I know. After that, everyone left. Only Li Qingqian was still standing there, stiffening his neck. Li Shimon frowned and scolded, don't go for now. Learn more from Zhang Feng during this period of time. Don't get so worked up over such a small matter. What's wrong with you? Li Qingqian pursed his lips and suppressed the urge to go to the military camp. Yes. I'm stupid. Chapter 244. Cheng Chumo was very excited. He couldn't remember the poem, but on the way back, he used 10 jars of wine and asked Du Go to write it for him. At this time, it was placed on Cheng Yaojin's desk. Looking at the 2 words on the table, Cheng Chumo was so excited that his body was still trembling. His excitement caused the entire Cheng residence to sink into a tense atmosphere. Now that Cheng Yaojin was hurriedly called into the palace by the emperor, they didn't know what would happen. But now, Cheng Chumo had come up with such a plan. At this time, even the concubine who came to serve him was scared by his eyes and quickly went to find Chuishi. When Chuishi saw Cheng Chumo's appearance, she was shocked. My son, are you suffering from hysteria? When Cheng Chumo heard this, he quickly went forward and supported his mother. Mother, I have decided to go to the army camp, like father. Nonsense. Chuishi was shocked. She quickly covered Cheng Chumo's mouth. This matter can't be said outside, don't mention it again. Mother. Now, even the crown prince is begging the emperor to go to the battlefield. How can I lose the prestige of our Cheng family? I have also decided that you must go to the army camp. No. Before your father hears this, you should just give up on this idea. Otherwise, with your father's temper, you will have to lie in bed for half a year. Chuishi rejected Cheng Chumo. His family was a duke, so many people were watching them. This was the case for a family of generals. A family can't have two generals. They all knew about Cheng Yaojin's talent. Since young, he was very interested in military books and all kinds of military affairs. If Cheng Yaojin wasn't a general or a duke, then he could fight for his future, but, if he dared to go to the army camp now, it would bring disaster to the Cheng family. How could Chuishi dare to let such a thing happen? Chumo, I know you and I understand you, but this matter is too complicated. I know that you have been wrong these years, but you didn't come back last night, and now you are shouting about going to the battlefield. Are you hysterical? Or are you provoked? If you are bullied, say it, I will help you. My Cheng family's servants are all veterans who accompanied your father when he retired. Just say the word and this old lady will personally help you get back at them. When Cheng Chumo heard this, he was shocked. If this old lady were to find out about Brother Zhang Feng, wouldn't Brother Zhang Feng be doomed? He was a weak person who couldn't even withstand a slap. Thinking of this, Cheng Chumo quickly pulled Madame Chui's hand and said, Mother. Mother, look at this. As he spoke, Cheng Chumo solemnly opened one of the paintings. Chuishi used to be the daughter of a big family, so she had dabbled in calligraphy and paintings, especially those made by famous masters. These years, if it wasn't for her, this house would have become Cheng Yaojin's training ground. Those antique calligraphy and paintings must be used as fuel for the fire. At this moment, Miss Chui was completely stunned when she saw this piece of calligraphy. Drunk, looking at the sword under the lamp, dreaming of blowing the horn at the camp, Chumo, where did you get this poem? Chuishi's face became unusually dignified for the first time. She couldn't help but think of the two paintings in Cheng Yaojin's study room. Although the handwriting looked different, it was definitely written by the same person. Cheng Chumo saw that his mother was deflated, so he couldn't help but straighten his back. This is my brother Zhang Feng's calligraphy. How is it, mother, with the artistic conception in this painting, do you think that I should go to the battlefield? That's where I should go. What kind of poem can make you two have such expressions? At this moment, Cheng Yaojin's loud voice sounded from outside the door. Cheng Chumo was excited. He raised the painting and read it to Cheng Yaojin. Drunk, looking at the sword under the lamp, dreaming of blowing the horn at the camp, 800 miles under the command of his subordinates, 50 bowstrings sound beyond the Great Wall, the autumn soldiers on the battlefield. The horse moves quickly, the bow is like thunder, the string is frightening. Accomplishing the affairs of the world, winning fame in life and behind. Pitiful for nothing. Father, how is this poem? Cheng Yaojin glanced at Cheng Chumo indifferently. This was made by Zhang Feng? That's right. Father, I went to the tavern with Cheng Xian and the others yesterday. We were all bowed down to Brother Zhang Feng's talent, so perhaps Cheng Xian, Zhang Sunchong, and the others are thinking of a way to go to the military camp right now. Cheng Yaojin heard this and stroked his beard. No one could see any change in his expression. His Majesty knows about this. His Majesty's intention is for all of you to stay obediently for Lao Tzu and learn more useful things from Zhang Feng. The Crown Prince was blocked, but you? Do you think you're worthy of going to the battlefield? You haven't embarrassed Lao Tzu enough. Get out of here. Take advantage of the fact that Lao Tzu hasn't gotten angry yet. The excitement in Cheng Chumo's eyes slowly disappeared. However, when he heard that the crown prince couldn't go, and when he heard his father's words, he hurriedly ran away. When Cheng Chumo ran away, Cheng Yaojin's expression immediately became excited. "Madam, hurry, hurry and read the words for me again. Old man is so excited that he can't stand up." Chapter 245. In a tea house next to the Jinshui Bridge in Chang'an City. Although it was noon and the place was usually crowded with customers, it was quiet at the moment. Burly men surrounded the tea house so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. If anyone dared to come close, they would invite them to take a cold bath in the Jinshui River for free. On the second floor of the tea house, a few spoiled brats sat dejectedly at the tea table and sighed. "Say something, Cheng Xian. If you can't think of a way, our chance to bring glory to our ancestors is gone." "That's right. My legs were almost broken by my father. If Tai Nyo had come in time, my father would probably have broken my leg by now." Wei Shuyu was depressed to the extreme. He even politely read the 2 poems to his father. When he saw his father writing, he said what he wanted to say the most. However, what welcomed him was the inkstone that his father loved so much. Thinking about it now, Wei Shuyu's legs were shaking. If he didn't want to go, so be it. Did he have to be so angry and chase him all over the courtyard? Sigh. Did you see Zhang Sunchong? His house is so close to here, why hasn't he come yet? Du Go asked doubtfully. Du Go had been covering his face the whole time. Now that he turned around, everyone finally understood why he was covering his face. This grandson had also been beaten up. As for who beat him up, don't even think about it. Other than Du Ruhui, who else could it be? Li Qingqian waved his hand and said, "We're not waiting anymore. Even if Chong Zi isn't dead, he'll lose a layer of skin. He won't be coming today. Let me tell my father's intentions first." When everyone heard that, they hurriedly held their breaths. "I've already told my father about our situation. My father's intention is that we are not allowed to go to the battlefield. I think this matter has something to do with Guanlong. If they know that the Crown Prince personally went to the barracks, it might anger the Guanlong group. My father's intention is to let us continue to stay in Chang'an and learn from Zhang Feng." When everyone heard that, they couldn't help but sigh. Since the emperor had said so, they really didn't have any chance at all. If the emperor opened his mouth and allowed Li Qingqian to go to Longyu, then they could use the identity of the Crown Prince's bodyguards to mix and mingle in the military camp. If they could get a little bit of military merit at the border, that would be even better. But now... Hee. Even the emperor was terrified. And from the looks of it, this matter seems to be even more serious. Just like what brother Zhang Feng said, it seems that the emperor is really not prepared for this matter at all. What should we do? Qingqian, should we intervene in this matter? If we take action, I believe that everything in Chang'an City will be revealed sooner. In the end, Cheng Chumo couldn't stay idle. Everything was caused by this matter. If this matter was resolved, did it mean that they could go to the border battlefield? Cheng Chumo's blood was boiling as he thought about the possibility of war with Tubo, the Turkic Khaganate, and the distant India in the future. No. Li Qingqian shook his head. We don't know how Imperial Father will deal with this matter. If we investigate on our own, we'll probably hinder Imperial Father's plans. So. Then we're just going to watch? Chen Chumo was anxious. No. Let's just pretend that this matter didn't happen. Let's do as Imperial Father said and go to Zhang Feng's little tavern first to learn his mysterious ability. If we learn it, then we'll benefit greatly for the rest of our lives. I agree with Qingqian. This time, Du Go didn't nag, but he agreed with Li Qingqian's decision. At this moment, there was a flurry of footsteps. Zhang Sun, with a bloody nose and a swollen face, was carried over. Originally, Zhang Sun was still a little embarrassed, but when he saw the palm print on Du Go's face and the bruise on Wei Shuyu's nose, he instantly understood what had happened. "Damn, brothers, why are you all fine? I was beaten up badly by my old man." Hearing this, Dugo pointed at Wei Shuyu. He was almost beaten to death by his father. If not for Cheng Chumo, his legs would probably be broken by now. "But, to be honest, Cheng Chumo, why are you fine?" Dugo quickly reacted and asked. Cheng Chumo puffed up his chest. "My father is wise and powerful, how could he, scram?" "Your father is wise and powerful?" Wei Shuyu exploded. She and Zhang Sun roared at the two of them in disdain. At this moment, Dugo said mysteriously, "I remember now, it's the poem I wrote for you about brother Zhang Feng. Stop talking. Brother, don't talk anymore." Cheng Chumo was anxious. Only then did everyone come to a realization. If I knew earlier, why didn't I prepare in advance? This was really a case of being too smart for your own good. If the silly Cheng Chumo could think of this, how could they not? No, for the sake of their future happiness, they had to ask brother Zhang Feng for 180 fortune characters. This thing was a life-saving talisman. "Let's go. Brothers, let's go find brother Zhang Feng. Didn't our father say to go find him to play? Go go go. What are we waiting for?" Under Zhang Xuan's urging, everyone could not help but slap their heads and hurriedly get up and leave. Chapter 246. Zhang Feng was depressed. He was extremely depressed. Staring at the big pile of tiger meat on the salted water pot, he felt a headache coming on. He wanted to give it away, but no one dared to take it. Although the meat was good, obviously, as a slave, no one deserved to eat it. Just one sentence. No one deserved it. That gave Zhang Feng a headache. This group of idiots, they were really the bullies of Chang'an City. They had already thought of this point. If it weren't for the fact that he had sworn to give the tiger's innards and penis to the old Xiuzai, Zhuzi monkey, and old He, the army of flies would have made Zhang Feng have the urge to move out of his house. He had said that when he left, each of them would take a piece. Well, they all ran away. Zhang Feng fiddled with the 4 tiger claws and went to the medicine store to buy some herbs to make a big jar of tiger bone wine. But what should he do with the rest of the meat? The meat was very astringent and dry. If he made it into jerky, it would be like chewing tree roots. But if he didn't deal with it, he couldn't just let the meat rot, right? Zhang Feng had a headache. He lowered his head and put the firewood under the pot, letting the boiling salt water in the pot smoke the tiger meat. And at that moment, a few small heads carefully poked in through the curtain of the backyard. It was Guzi and the others. They were looking at the meat on the pot and swallowing their saliva. Guzi! What are you doing? At that moment, the old scholar's angry voice sounded behind them. They were so scared that they wanted to run away. At that moment, Zhang Feng also heard the voice. He hurriedly turned his head and his eyes lit up. Guzi! Come here, do you want to eat tiger meat? Just one sentence. Guzi and the others were rooted to the ground. The old scholar glared at Zhang Feng, exasperated at his failure to live up to his expectations. You! It seems that you really want to spoil them. Zhang Feng chuckled. Isn't it because the meat will spoil if they don't eat it? Come. Old elementary scholar, you came just in time. I just made a big pot of tiger bone soup and was thinking of sending it over to you. Since you're here, let's have a drink or two. You! The old elementary scholar sighed and waved his hand. He fished out a bag of snacks from within his robes. He had originally intended to give it to Zhang Feng as thanks for his tiger penis, but now he had given it to these children. Seeing the children timidly snatch the packets of snacks from the old scholar's hands and play around in the small courtyard, the old scholar's eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of kindness as he looked at the children. He had no children. He didn't even have any relatives. He had lived his entire life in fear, not daring to do anything. The only reason he dared to walk out of the house he had left and onto the streets was because of his courage. On one hand, it was because he was poor and needed to eat. More importantly, he wanted to see this group of children. These children represented vitality. He always felt that a person's house was no different from a grave. Old Xianxia, what's wrong? Did he miss her? Sometimes I think that since you're so talented and knowledgeable, why don't you teach these children how to read? If that's the case, don't say it again. Before Zhang Feng could finish, the old scholar had already interrupted him. Are you trying to send this old man and this group of children to their deaths? If I really did that, the Imperial College would be the first to come after me. Do you think that knowledge is something that anyone can do? Can anyone teach others? Zhang Feng pursed his lips. Then tell me, among these people, some of them can read a little. Didn't they become apprentices in the neighborhood? Don't tell me you want your stomach full of knowledge to be buried just like that. The old scholar shook his head bitterly. Fengzi, pour me a bowl of wine. Zhang Feng knew the old scholar's current situation. He got up and scooped out a big bowl of bone soup from the pot. He ordered the lackey and the others to wash their hands and then filled the bowl himself. Then, he cut a big piece of cooked tiger meat from the steaming pot, seasoned it, and put it on the small table. After that, he took a jar of 35% low-alcohol wine and poured a bowl for old Xianxia. The meat was very fresh and salty. The old scholar ate a piece, curled his lips, and drank the wine. Fengzi, you know my identity. Do you think that with my identity, the emperor and the laws of the Tang dynasty will allow me to teach and take in disciples? What's the difference between this and rebellion? Well, Zhang Feng fell silent. He had been thinking about finding an opportunity to tell old Xianxia to open a private school. On the one hand, it could let the lackey and the children of the slaves gain more knowledge. On the other hand, it could also let old Xianxia not be so lonely. It was a kind of suffering where one had a lot of skills but no place to show them. He understood. To put it bluntly, he and the old scholar were the same kind of people. However, he still forgot the laws of this era. Zhang Feng sighed deeply. Just you wait, old scholar. One day, I will let you stand in front of the private school with your head held high, and let these kids call you teacher with respect. How can you leave me out of this matter? Yes. Brother Zhang Feng. And us. How about we teach these children too? Chapter 247. Along with the voice. Go, Zi and Zhu. Zi stopped making noise and stood timidly in the corner. They looked at the people who were dressed so extravagantly in fear. They knew these people. Their parents had warned them not to offend these people. These were the bullies of Chang'an city. They even dared to kill the tiger of the emperor's imperial plantation. They should never offend such people. They had to run as far as they could. At this time, Zhang Feng also saw the people who had left and returned. The old scholar sighed, clasped his hands and walked away unsteadily. When he left, he took Zhang Feng's jar of wine and the big bowl of meat soup with him. Zhang Feng didn't care. These were for the old scholar. You guys, why did you come back? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. I thought you had gone to Longyu. Zhang Feng waved his hand and took out 2 tiger hind legs from the pot. He put them on a bamboo rake and handed them to Guzi to share. Then he looked speechlessly at Cheng Chumo and the others who were holding a jar of wine. Isn't it because our father doesn't want us to go? We are tired of Chang'an city. You are the best. So, haha. Get out of here. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. Are you addicted to eating for free? Of course not. What do you want us to do? We promise you we will do a good job. Cheng Chumo said directly. Zhang Feng's eyes were wide open. Do these guys mean they are going to stay here? I can't even drive them away. Zhang Feng didn't believe it and said, then you go chop firewood for me. I want you to fill up the yard by tonight. Cheng Chumo looked at Zhang Feng strangely and asked, are you sure? Yes. Okay. Deal. Cheng Chumo casually agreed, took a sip of wine, and went out with the wine jug in his arms. Zhang Feng's eyes were wide open. Li Qingxian smiled faintly and said, Brother Zhang Feng, don't struggle. We came this time because we were chased out by our father and have nowhere to go. Moreover, we were also attracted by your miraculous cooking and drinking skills. So, don't waste your time. Just tell me, what else do you want to do? I guarantee that all of them will satisfy you as soon as possible. Zhang Feng was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Okay. You don't leave. You do. Go and fetch water for me, from the ancient well outside the city. Look, all 10 vats in this courtyard are filled to the brim. Before it's too dark. Idiot Wei. Wei Shuyu's face darkened when she heard that. My name is Wei Yu. Bathroom? Damn, this name, Zhang Feng was stunned. He was almost led astray by Wei Shuyu. They went to the front hall. Clean up the front hall for me. Don't leave a speck of dust. And you, Zhang Feng pointed at Li Qingxian. He thought for a while. There was really nothing to do now. But when he saw the meat on the pot, he smiled. Before the sky turns dark, steam the meat for me. Then cut it into 2 long strips. Okay. Li Qingxian smiled, cupped his hands, and went to the backyard. Zhang Feng was a little confused. Why wasn't this according to the plot? Damn it. Is there a problem somewhere? Zhang Feng couldn't figure it out, but looking at the setting sun, he took out 2 buckets, scooped the broth from the pot into the buckets, and carried them out of the door. He wanted to distribute the broth and bone broth to the neighbors before the sky turned dark. This was a good thing. He couldn't finish it all by himself. It was better to share it with the neighbors and let them have a taste. Tiger bone broth was a very rare thing even in the Tang dynasty. Today, thanks to the Empress, he would let everyone have a taste of this thing. A ladle of soup was delivered for more than 2 hours. Then, it was filled to the brim with treasures that each family was reluctant to eat. She brought it back for him. But when he came back, he was stunned. In the tavern's hall, all the tables and chairs were replaced with mahogany furniture. Even the counter was replaced with the most popular thing with a baffle that could open and close. This thing even came with a secret drawer. Zhang Feng wanted to buy it, but it cost 300 strings of coins. Zhang Feng touched the silver ingot in his arms and decided not to buy it. But now, this thing was placed neatly in the hall with the priceless mahogany tables and chairs. How could Zhang Feng not feel dizzy? What's going on? Did I come to the wrong door? Zhang Feng asked as he looked at Cheng Chumo and the others sitting in the hall, each holding a big bowl of tiger bone broth and gnawing on a big lump of meat. When Zhang Feng's voice fell, everyone burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Li Gan, you lost, didn't you? Come, bring the money. 10 taels per person. Don't go back on your word. Zhang Feng was speechless. On the other hand, there was not a single speck of dust on the floor and the plaque above the tavern counter that said, honest to all. He didn't know how Wei Shuyu did it. But looking at the money bags in their hands, Zhang Feng seemed to understand something. This group of bastards had used money to settle all the difficulties he had created for him. Chapter 248. Without looking at the backyard, Zhang Feng knew that if Chen Tiniu couldn't even handle this matter properly, he wouldn't be sitting here so comfortably. Zhang Feng simply threw the bucket away. He sat at the table, grabbed a piece of pork rib, and started chewing. Brother, aren't you going to the backyard to take a look? Go where? Go and be abused. Do you think you're so great just because you're rich? Zhang Feng said sulkily. Everyone burst into laughter. Brother Zhang Feng, we've been sneaky in this matter, but you know, which one of us is made for work. So. You're a magnanimous person, so why don't you teach us your true abilities? Hey! Damn it, do you think stealing knowledge is something to be proud of? Zhang Feng laughed when he heard that. It's not impossible to teach you. But there's a problem. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard Zhang Feng say that there was a chance. Tell us. Everyone said in unison. Zhang Feng thought for a moment, then pretended to be serious and said, the things I know are very complicated, but to you, they're all at the level of the Kuei treasure, such as the ability to control the entire situation. Li Gan, do you want it? Yes. Li Qingqian cupped his fists excitedly and was about to get up to bow to his master, but he was stopped by Zhang Feng with a wave of his hand. Then he said, Du Dabing, you want my knowledge, don't you? Especially the understanding of poetry, literature, Confucianism, and Taoism, right? Indeed. I really can't sleep and eat well because of this. I hope that brother Zhang Feng can. Wait. Zhang Feng asked again, the three of you, needless to say, are definitely made for martial arts. I have a peerless martial arts manual here. If you don't, this thing, if it's completed, although it won't make you invulnerable on the battlefield, just its ability alone will allow you to complete at least 100 kills in a short 3 years of practice. Passing through tens of thousands of troops and taking the enemy's head casually, you don't want such an ability. Yes. Motherf ***, stop wasting time. As long as you're willing to teach me, Lao Tzu will even give you his life. The eyes of Cheng Chumo and the others turned red. They clenched their fists so tightly that they made popping sounds. However, at this moment, Zhang Feng smiled slyly. Everyone was so angry that they wanted to beat him up. Zhang Feng placed his hands behind his back and slowly paced around the hall. I'll teach you. That's impossible. Go back first, pick an auspicious day, bring gifts, and come to me. Otherwise, I won't teach you. Oh, by the way, let me mention this. Zhang Feng said as he set off another bomb. Wei Yu is agile, suitable for long-distance raids and assassinations. Tai Niu is suitable for tanks, that is, heavy infantry or cavalry. As for Buggy, I have calculated that you are suitable for light cavalry, the kind that can travel thousands of miles alone. What do you think? Yes. F***ck, brother Zhang Feng, you're a god. You can even calculate that? Come. Brother Zhang Feng, take a look at me. What path is suitable for me? Du Go was so anxious that his eyes turned red. They had never told Zhang Feng about these things, and Cheng Chumo was a reckless man. Thinking about it carefully, this heavy armor was indeed suitable for him to charge around recklessly. Zhang Sun Chong was also the same. Riding alone for thousands of miles, his idol was Zhao Zilong, and he was walking on his own path. As for Wei Shuyu, everyone really didn't know what path he was suitable for. But now that they heard it, it seemed to be the case. Du Go and Li Qingqian couldn't sit still anymore. Zhang Feng pretended to be sleepy and rubbed his shoulders as if his whole body was uncomfortable. The stubborn people were so anxious that they hurriedly invited him to sit on a stool. Then, they massaged his arms and legs. After a while, Zhang Feng said, Big Pie, if you want to do business, then start with mathematics. I have a field that you have never touched before. If you can learn this, even if you have to manage all the merchants in the world, you will be able to do it with ease. In fact, don't we have a cooperative now? As long as you learn quickly, when the emperor is happy, it won't be a problem to make you the Minister of Works. Minister of Works? Minister of Works before the age of 30? Was it possible? Others might think it was impossible, but for Zhang Feng, based on the ability he had shown before, everyone believed that he could definitely train Du Go. And now, it was Li Qingqian's turn. Li Qingxian couldn't help but worry. He didn't know how Zhang Feng would arrange for him, but he was also looking forward to it. To others, he might only talk about one aspect, but what about him? Zhang Feng said that he was suitable for governing. Could it be that he really wants to teach me the secret of controlling the entire situation? Li Qingxian's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Finally, he understood why his father had sent him to learn more from Zhang Feng. This, just like the plan for Tubo and other countries. Who would have thought of this plan? Who would dare to think this way? And the cooperative now? Who would dare to do this? At this moment, Dugo, Wei Shuyu, and the rest couldn't help but stand up. Their eyes were fixed on Zhang Feng, who was really narrowing his eyes. They wanted to see what he would teach Li Qingxian. But after waiting for a while, Zhang Feng said, "As for you, the path I am going to teach you is very difficult. Do you want to learn it?" Learn. Chapter 249. How could Li Qingxian not learn it? Everyone wanted to learn that ability, right? Moreover, it was rumored to be Mr. Kongming's teacher. Although he knew that Zhang Feng was bragging, it would be crucial for the future of the Tang dynasty if he could learn how to strategize for the neighboring countries. It would even be impossible to expand the territory of the Tang dynasty by more than half. How could Li Qingxian not want to learn it? At that moment, Dugo, Zhang Sun, and the others were also shocked. They wanted that kind of ability as well. However, they also knew that they were not worthy of it. They were not worthy of learning it. However, although they were not worthy of learning it, they could at least listen to it, right? Cheng Chumo rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "Brother Zhang Feng, can you tell us first, what exactly did you teach Li Gan? Let us brothers broaden our horizons." "That's right, Brother Zhang Feng. Why don't you tell us about it? Although we can't learn it, we can at least learn a little." "Brother Zhang Feng. You." Li Qingxian also stood up excitedly and prepared to bow to him. Zhang Feng waved his hand. "Hey! What are you doing? I haven't accepted you as my disciple yet. Put away your tricks. It's not easy to learn my ability. You have to think carefully." Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes and enjoyed the treatment. He was indeed bragging, but he really had the ability to train these people to be a level better than the current people. That was a must. After all, he had experienced military training in university for a few years. Coupled with his own combination of some things from the Tang dynasty, he would tire this group of fools to death. They had nowhere to expend their energy, right? "Then I'll do it for you." As for dating, that was easy. The elementary school physics and arithmetic problems were enough for him to study for a lifetime. As for Li Gan, that was a little more difficult. But who was he? He was Zhang Feng. How could that be difficult for him? All right. Since you're so eager, I'll tell you something first. Do you know about the 9 transformations, 8 trigrams? Li Qingxian frowned and thought for a moment. Yes, I know. I've heard that the Crown Prince is following Yuan Tiangang, the #1 genius of the Tang dynasty. He's a master of martial arts. There was really such a person as Yuan Tiangang. Zhang Feng thought for a moment and said, "That's right. Yuan Tiangang is indeed quite capable. However, he knows at least the Book of Changes. As for the mysterious Book of Changes, go and ask him if he knows anything about it." Strange scriptures? Li Qingxian was shocked. For so many years, he had been learning from Yuan Tiangang, but he had never heard of any extraordinary scriptures. Could it be that everything Zhang Feng said was because of the mystic scripture? This ancient book was rumored to be a priceless treasure. Whoever could obtain it would obtain the world. In the past, the first emperor was able to unify the 6 nations and accomplish an unprecedented feat because he had obtained the mysterious scripture. He even called himself the emperor. Although this secret wasn't in the history books, there were many records of it in the royal family's secrets. At this moment, Zhang Feng actually said that it was an extraordinary book. Could it be, he had really mastered the extraordinary book? Li Qingxian was shocked. Du Go was shocked. Cheng Chumo scratched his head with a puzzled expression. He exchanged glances with Zhang Sun and Wei Shuyu. Their eyes were full of confusion. This. Excuse me. What is this extraordinary scripture? Cheng Chumo finally looked at Zhang Feng and asked. Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously. Only ghosts would know what an extraordinary scripture was. He was just bragging according to the novels he had read in his previous life. As for the existence of an extraordinary scripture, he disdained it. If such a thing really existed in the world, would Wuxia have been reduced to such a state thousands of years later? Zhang Feng yawned and waved his hand. All right, it's getting late. Go and think about it carefully. If you've made up your mind, choose an auspicious day and come back with your gifts. Seeing Zhang Feng chasing them away, they weren't angry. Even Li Qingxian bowed even more respectfully than before. He bowed with sincerity and said, then we won't disturb Brother Zhang Feng anymore. We'll come again another day. However, I have a presumptuous request. Brother Zhang Feng, it's better to keep this extraordinary scripture a secret. If it gets out, even the current emperor can't protect you. What did he mean? Zhang Feng was confused. Hey, don't go. Tell me clearly before you go. Is there really such a thing? Zhang Feng sat up, but Li Qingxian and the others had already disappeared into the night. It's over. F***ck. Zhang Feng wished he could give himself a few tight slaps on the face. This stupid mouth. F***ck. If you don't F***king say anything, why did you talk about an extraordinary scripture in the Tang dynasty when superstition was at its peak and in front of that old faker Yuan Tiangang? F***ck. It's over. This time I'm really in trouble. In the history books, he just remembered how many absurd things Yuan Tiangang had done in order to get the extraordinary scripture. F***ck, could it be that this extraordinary scripture really existed? It's over. Where would Lao Tzu get the extraordinary scripture for you? Zhang Feng wanted to cry at this time. This was really, casually bragging. Now he couldn't take it back even if he wanted to. He didn't know how many lies he would have to make up for this thing in the end, alas. Lao Tzu's mouth. Despicable. Chapter 250. Li Qingxian excitedly rushed back to the Eastern Palace. He didn't even have time to change his clothes before he rushed to Taiji Palace. As soon as he entered, he saw Li Shimin sitting in front of the desk with one hand on his forehead, thinking about something. Li Qingxian quietly dismissed all the palace maids and eunuchs, then personally dismissed all the guards outside the door. Only then did he cautiously walk in front of Li Shimin. Li Shimin was a little confused. But after seeing Li Qingxian's gesture of silence, he patiently waited to see what Li Qingxian wanted to do. He saw Li Qingxian write the words, "extraordinary scripture," on the paper. Li Shimin's eyes involuntarily narrowed. Come with me. Li Shimin's body exploded with an intimidating aura. He stood up and said in a low voice. Then, as if he was still worried, he ordered, "Little Gizi. Your servant is here. Without my permission, no one is allowed to enter the imperial study. Violators will be beheaded. I have something to discuss with the crown prince." "As you command." After giving his orders, Li Shimin lightly knocked twice on a luminous pearl inlaid on the back of the dragon throne. Then, with a twist, the luminous pearl was knocked out. Then, at this moment, a dark, bottomless hole appeared on the floor below the dragon throne. Li Shimin took out 2 oil lamps from the bookshelf, handed one to Li Qingxian, and held the other for himself. Then, he cautiously walked down the vertical secret passage. The secret passage wasn't wide and could only accommodate one person going down at the same time. When the two of them had walked about 15 steps, Li Shimin lit an oil lamp on the wall. Then, he pressed a protrusion on the side of the lamp, and the secret passage above them was covered again. So far, Li Shimin had not said a single word, and Li Qingxian had not said a single word. Li Qingxian was very shocked, but after thinking about it, he felt relieved. Who didn't have some secrets? What more his father? The two of them walked along the ice-cold steps. After about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, they arrived at a huge underground palace. The interior of the underground palace was luxuriously decorated, but there wasn't even a speck of dust on it. Clearly, Li Shimin often came to this underground palace. Furthermore, this underground palace was filled with bookshelves. Looking carefully, Li Qingxian was shocked. The books on it were all forbidden books of the Tang dynasty. There were even classical stories from the previous dynasty, and so on. For example, there were many Daoist classics and authentic manuscripts of Confucius. Regarding this, Li Qingxian did not find it strange. On the contrary, if Imperial Father did not have this place, then it would really be strange. Qingxian, tell me in detail. What exactly is this extraordinary scripture? Li Shimin asked as he sat on a soft couch. He waved his hand, indicating for Li Qingxian to sit down as well. Only then did Li Qingxian say, Imperial Father, today Zhang Feng agreed to take us as disciples. He also said that he can make Qingchumo into a heavy armored cavalry that can be defeated by anyone. He can also make Zhang Sun into a warrior who can ride alone for 1,000 miles and take the head of a general in the midst of 1,000,000 soldiers. He can also make Wei Shuyu practice that supreme assassination technique that can come and go without a trace. Du Go can even make him master the art of arithmetic that can control the wealth of the world. As for me... Li Qingxian paused, then said with a burning gaze, he said that he will make me master the extraordinary scripture that even Mr. Yuan Tiangang did not master. I found out from his words that he was able to control the layout of the countries around the Tang dynasty because of the extraordinary scripture. That's why I hurriedly returned. On one hand, Brother Zhang Feng wanted us to prepare the ceremony for becoming his disciple. On the other hand, I wanted to talk to Imperial Father about this matter. After all, whether it's us, the 5 clans and 7 hopes, or even outsiders, we are all looking for the extraordinary scripture. Was there really an extraordinary scripture? Li Shimin had always been disdainful of these things. But now, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. He never believed that there were demons, ghosts, and gods in the world. But now, he learned about the extraordinary scripture. Moreover, this was a secret that only the royal family knew. How did Zhang Feng know about it? Was he really an old monster who had cultivated for 5,000 years? But when he thought about it, he felt that it was impossible. If he really had such great ability, how could he not know his identity? But how could he explain the current situation? Li Shimin couldn't figure it out, but he definitely didn't believe that Zhang Feng was an old monster who had lived for 5,000 years. As for this extraordinary scripture, did it really exist in ancient legends? Li Shimin didn't believe it. But Zhang Feng's ability, from the art of making salt to the strange cooking and brewing methods, and what he said about some of the things that were being implemented in the Tang dynasty, were all things that had never been done before and would never be done in the future. How could these be explained? Li Shimin couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure it out either. Sigh. Li Shimin couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He waved his hand and motioned to Li Qingxian. Don't mention this to anyone. Have you warned Qingchumo and the others about the consequences if they don't keep their mouths shut? Li Shimin's eyes flashed with killing intent. This killing intent made Li Qingxian feel a deep sense of fear. I've already warned them about this matter. I think they won't dare to be careless in this matter. Li Shimin heard that and breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. We also don't want to commit more killings, but if this matter were to spread, the Great Tang would definitely face a calamity of destruction. Remember, it's better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let this matter spread. Li Qingxian hurriedly got up. I understand. You may leave. Remember, learn well from Brother Zhang Feng. Every night, I want you to learn everything you hear, think, and learn that day. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 251. Cheng Mansion. The lights had already illuminated the huge Cheng Mansion. As for Cheng Yaojin, he was still sitting in the hall. His calloused hands were twirling the words. There were even tears in Cheng Yaojin's eyes, which were full of vicissitudes of life. He had been in this position for the whole day. Ever since he saw this calligraphy, he had been staring at it in a daze. He was very grateful that the emperor had once ordered him to learn how to read. If he couldn't learn in half a year, he would have to retire and return to his hometown. Although this was the emperor's angry words at that time. But now that she thought about it, she remembered how crazy the emperor was when he saw her painting that didn't resemble her at all. In half a year, even if he had worked hard to learn, although he couldn't write much, at least he could understand it. At this time, thinking about the emperor's painstaking efforts, Cheng Yaojin was now flustered. If anyone dared to take out those things and show them in front of him, he would definitely beat that person up on the spot. Even if it was in the imperial court, he wouldn't hesitate. He thought that he wanted to get rid of the bad reputation of illiteracy. When he received the calligraphy of the Zhang Feng brothers, he was infinitely emotional, but he wouldn't lose his composure. But today, he was deeply touched by the calligraphy of the Zhang Feng brothers, written by Du Go. The scenes on the battlefield made Cheng Yaojin feel infinitely sad. Most of the brothers who had laughed and cried with him were now buried in the cold soil. Many of them didn't even leave behind a name. But who could remember them? Other than in their dreams, who would remember that they had once sacrificed everything for the great Tang on the battlefield? Erniu, Gosheng, I, Old Nyo, miss you. Are you doing well in that place? Sob sob sob. I actually forgot what your real names are. No. Just you wait, brother, I will go and beg the emperor. I will erect a monument for you. Let the future generations revere you and remember your glorious achievements. While speaking, Cheng Yaojin wiped the tears from his face and hurriedly put on his armor to enter the palace. However, he was bumped into by Cheng Chumo, who was walking in. What are you doing? Cheng Yaojin was furious. He shouted angrily. Father, I have something to tell you. Cheng Chumo was startled by Cheng Yaojin's red eyes, and hurriedly said. If you have something to say, then say it. Lao Tzu is going to the palace to settle accounts with the emperor. Cheng Yaojin urged impatiently. When Cheng Chumo heard this, his head started spinning. Settle accounts with the emperor? What kind of account was this? Wait, father, I have something to tell you. Today, I went to the tavern again with the crown prince and the others. This time, I discovered a big problem. Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin was no longer anxious. He asked, what's the big problem? Cheng Chumo said mysteriously, today, when I went to the tavern, guess what Brother Zhang Feng said? Cheng Yaojin was so angry that he slapped Cheng Chumo's forehead. Cheng Chumo shrunk his neck and said calmly, today, Brother Zhang Feng promised to teach us. Moreover, he plans to teach differently for each individual. For me, he plans to teach me the path of heavy cavalry, while Zhang Sun Chang's path is to travel 1,000 miles on a single horse and take the head of the defending general with 10,000 troops. Do you know that bastard Wei Shuyu? Damn, Brother Zhang Feng is going to teach him the way of assassination. Why didn't he teach me this? When Cheng Yaojin heard this, he was shocked. You? With that bull strength of yours, would you be able to be a light horse? I think Brother Zhang Feng's arrangement is good. But, this guy still wants you to sign a contract with the army. Cheng Yaojin could not understand Zhang Feng. Why was he so determined to let these children join the army? What was the benefit? However, Cheng Yaojin believed that the crown prince had told the emperor about this, but the emperor did not object. It could be said that he acquiesced. So, how would the emperor arrange this? What about Du Go, the crown prince, and brother Zhang Feng? Cheng Yaojin waved his hand, and instantly, the retired soldiers quickly dispersed. He then closed the door and asked. Cheng Chumo was smart enough to quickly write down Du Go's arrangement. Cheng Yaojin was shocked. Was the crown prince planning to hand over all the money in the world to him? Cheng Yaojin knew how terrifying a master of mathematics was. This kind of complicated thing was the private collection of the 7 kings of the 5 families. It was also because of this that the 7 kings of the 5 families were able to stand for so many years. If the 7 kings of the 5 families knew about this, even if Du Go was hiding by the emperor's side, the 7 kings of the 5 families would spare no effort to assassinate him. He would rather die than live in dishonor for this kind of thing. Zhang Feng. Why did you make such an arrangement? What do you want to do? Cheng Yaojin could not figure it out, but fortunately, he did not want to think about it. He knew that Du Ruhui was really troubled now. He asked hurriedly. What about the crown prince? Cheng Chumo took a deep breath. At this time, he did not dare to write with ink. He dipped his finger in the water in Cheng Yaojin's teacup, and then quickly wrote 2 words on the table. Then, he quickly wiped it clean. Cheng Yaojin, on the other hand, was so shocked that his face suddenly changed. Quickly bring me the old man's armor. The old man wants to enter the palace. Chapter 252. Imperial Palace. In the study of Taiji Palace. It was already night time. However, Li Shimin seemed to know that Wei Zheng and the others would definitely come to the palace at night, so he was already seated on the dragon throne waiting for them. He had even informed them that if these people wanted to enter the imperial city, they were not allowed to obstruct the tribulation. He had already made up his mind. If these people did not come, he would not hesitate to use an iron-blooded method that he had not used in a long time to let these people know that this matter was very serious. Tonight was destined to be an eventful night. Just as Li Shimin was drinking his 3rd cup of tea, Xiao Gizi hurried over to reporting to your majesty, Duke Lu, Duke Zhao, Duke Zheng, and the others are outside requesting an audience. Summon them. Li Shimin finally let go of the last worry in his heart. He did not want to commit any more killings. Especially now. He did not trust many people in the imperial court, and these people were the ones he valued the most. He was very worried that these people would betray him. However, it seemed that he could now take in the Jianghu guards. With a wave of his hand, a person in the shadows hurriedly left. At this moment, a few people dressed in court attire and holding white jade tablets hurriedly entered the imperial study. Cheng Yaojin even put on the armor that he had not worn for a long time. Furthermore, it was the armor that had accompanied Li Shimin for many years. A smile flashed across Li Shimin's lips when he saw this. He waved his hand to indicate that everyone did not need to be so reserved. We are very gratified that my beloved official could come tonight. Come, come, come. Don't be so courteous. This is not the political announcement hall, so relax a little. At this moment, everyone heaved a deep sigh of relief when they saw the smile on Li Shimin's lips. These people were no longer noobs. It could be said that they were a group of old foxes. After seeing Li Shimin's reaction, everyone complied with Li Shimin's wishes and sat down. We are very gratified tonight. Being able to see the few of you, this Zhen is really relieved. Previously, when I heard that child Qingqian talk about brother Zhang Feng, we were a bit worried. I also knew that you might come. That's why I've been worried ever since I received the news. What do you think we should do about this? Li Shimin smiled faintly. Everyone stood up again. At this time, although Li Shimin was expressing his loyalty, everyone was not stupid. The more it was like this, the more they had to be careful. Because, often at this time, their heads had already been lifted by the emperor. Emperor! We are slow-witted, but we also know that this matter is not something that we can decide. Therefore, when we learned of this matter, we immediately locked up our unfilial sons and rushed to the palace to seek an audience with your majesty. As he spoke, everyone knelt down. Please punish me, your majesty. Regardless of the consequences, if he admitted his guilt now, he could save his life. Sure enough, after Li Shimin heard this, the expression on his face finally relaxed. My beloved subjects, you may all rise. We have already said that this is not the imperial court. This is a place for us old fellows to chat, so there is no need to be reserved. Servants, come. Serve tea. As Li Shimin spoke, he stood up and waited for the palace maids to serve tea. He helped everyone up one by one and handed out cups of tea to everyone. At this time, he waved his hand to dismiss the palace maids and the imperial guards who were secretly guarding every corner of the imperial study. Then, he said with a smile, we really don't know what to do about this matter. Official Cheng, tell me about Qimo, Chong, and the others. Should we go? This, Cheng Yaojin's eyelids twitched imperceptibly. Your Majesty, I am slow-witted. I will listen to whatever you say. If that brat of mine makes your Majesty unhappy, I will go back now and bring him to you. Hey! How can you speak like that? When Li Shimin saw that Cheng Yaojin did not accept his words and even said such words, he could only wave his hand to have him sit down. Then, he looked at Wei Zheng. Prime Minister Wei, you speak. This matter is giving us a headache. Wei Zheng hesitated. Having two outstanding talents in the same family had already crossed the emperor's reverse scale. However, the emperor pitied Wei Shuyu and sent her to the imperial guards. On one hand, it was to give his family a little income, but more importantly, it was to keep an eye on Wei Shuyu. But now? Brother Zhang Feng had given everyone a difficult problem. Wei Zheng gritted his teeth, got up, and knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, this old subject is slow-witted and unknowingly allowed Shuyu to commit such a crime. This subject is willing to accept the punishment and retire to his hometown. This subject is also willing to retire to his hometown and clear his name. Zhangsun Wuji and the others also hurriedly knelt and begged for mercy. Li Shimin shook his head. With his hands behind his back, as if he could not see everyone, he said, Wuji, I remember that when we were about the same age as Chong, and the others, we were already famous on the battlefield, right? I remember that at that time, sigh. We are all old. Your Majesty is in the prime of his life. How can you be old? Forget it, forget it. Li Shimin shook his head and said, everyone, get up. This was a decision I made before. After indicating for everyone to get up, Li Shimin sat in the middle of the crowd and said, I think we should respect Brother Zhang Feng's choice on this matter. After all, if we were thick-skinned back then, maybe, but we are all old. It is time for us to contribute to the future of the Tang dynasty.